2 o'clock, Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video. You can watch the show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. And we have given more effort already today in 1 minute than the Sixers gave last night. They lost by 40. It was worse than the 40 you saw last night if you hung into the end, which I did not. I had other things to do, and I said, you know what? This is embarrassingly bad. I'm out. It's the kind of game that makes everybody ask questions, right? It's the kind of loss. You know, I remember, I want to say the year was 2016, and I think the Sixers lost a game by 50 to San Antonio. And what happened the next day was, or maybe even the same day or whatever, Jerry Colangelo infected the Sixers. And ever since then, the infection has just spread and continued to bring this organization to epic lows. It's the kind of game last night that you start to question and wonder, will the coach make it? What about the general manager? What kind of changes? By the way, VJ Edgecombe, who suffered that fall last night, he will not play tonight. You're playing against a Jazz team tonight that is trying to lose. They are doing everything in their power to try to lose tonight. The Jazz are. They have lost 6 straight, 8 out of 10. They've put guys on the injury list. They are trying everything possible. They've had leads in games and sat their starters. They are trying to lose, and you might lose to them tonight at home in Philadelphia. That game last night was a microcosm of all the issues. 1, Joel Embiid unable to play yet again. This time, a different injury. It's not a knee. It's not an ankle. It's not a back. This one is another injury that he's never had before. And he's out again tonight. VJ Edgecombe, he gets hurt in the game last night. Can't return, can't play tonight. That Spurs team was as if you had like the number 1 high school team in the state, and they ended up playing against somebody because they happened to be in the same grouping. You know, like sometimes, I think what happened the other night, like Camden High is in the same group as Lower Cape May. And it's not anything against Lower Cape May. It's just they're 2 different basketball programs. Camden's got different goals than Lower Cape May does. That was the game last night. It was like Camden played Lower Cape May, and I think they actually just played in the high school basketball playoffs, and I think Camden won by like 30. Lower Cape May gave a little bit more of an effort than the Sixers did last night. But that's what that matchup was like last night. It was if like a top-level high school team played against a team that just happened to be in the same group and they got stuck playing against each other. That was boys versus men last night. The Sixers are small. The Sixers are unathletic. The Sixers are slow. And the San Antonio Spurs are big and strong and athletic, and they can shoot, they can create. And oh, by the way, they beat you by 40 last night, and Wemby had 10. Wemby said, you know what? You guys do the heavy lifting tonight. I'm going to take the night off. They absolutely embarrassed you last night. They came on your home floor on national television, which was kind of cool. The old NBA on NBC was a pretty cool presentation last night. The old Doug Collins in the house with the czar, and you got a little Bob Costas on the call. It was a cool presentation, the old school graphics. Well, it felt like the Sixers team from the 90s popped out and played last night. Victor Wembanyama had 10 points last night, but his 10 points weren't the story. his 6 blocks, his 8 rebounds, his 3 steals. You know, anytime the Sixers took the ball to the basket, they just looked absolutely like you could watch them in real time having like a Rubik's Cube episode in their head in real time of what am I supposed to do with this guy? How frustrated did Tyrese Maxey look last night? You know, Dominic Barlow, 13 minutes, no points. I've said all along, Barlow, fun little story, two-way player, really cute. He has no business being on a floor getting major NBA minutes. It's almost like, hey, we found this guy Barlow, on a two-way deal because we're freaking cheap. And we found the cheap guy, and let's just keep playing him because it's a cool story that we found this guy, and we want to pat ourselves on the back that, hey, we found a guy that nobody else had, and we got him on a two-way deal, and we're just going to keep playing him. He's unplayable. Barlow is unplayable. He's cute. It's a cool story. He plays like 10 minutes. You don't start him on a playoff team. Drummond, I get it. Embiid's out again last night, so someone has to play center. Hey, Nick, did you really think it was a good matchup for Andre Drummond to play against Victor Wembanyama? Like, have you seen the differences in their play? I think they took Drummond out in like 40 seconds last night. I don't think he lasted a minute before they were like, hey, that was probably a dumb idea to play Drummond in the game. He played 5 minutes last night, somehow jacked up 7 shots, 4 threes, before finally they said, that's enough. Quentin Grimes is the quintessential issue with everything this team has on a night where Jared McCain is again going bonkers for Oklahoma City, scoring another, 20 last night for McCain? I think he had a 20 spot again last night for Oklahoma City. McCain's over there lighting it up again, sticking it to you. He led Oklahoma City with 20 last night. And, oh, by the way, in his 20 points, he did it in 25 minutes on 4 of 9 shooting from 3. By the way, the other Sixer that no one really gives him a lot of grief about, but they let him go too, Isaiah Joe, he had 19 points last night in 30 minutes. Just saying. McCain, 20 points in 25 minutes, 4 of 9 from 3. Meanwhile, Quentin Grimes, he has 0 court awareness. Nothing. Absolutely no court awareness. I don't know how the Sixers watched this guy shot. It's the slowest shot ever. And said, I got a great idea. Let's keep him and trade that guy. Fine. Listen, the whole McCain thing, they didn't have a role for him. But you had Grimes playing over him. Grimes stinks. He was a nice story. You traded for him last year. You kind of won that trade. He gave you a little something. He played well at the beginning of the year. He hasn't played well since Thanksgiving. He was a minus 34 last night. Barlow, a minus 38. Then we go to Maxey. Maxey tried hard last night, and I'm not sitting here to try to rip Maxey, but it's another situation where you got the small guy, and he's your best player. And when your best player is the small guy, he's taking the ball in the basket. It's getting blocked. It's hitting him in his own face. This is like the Globetrotters playing the Generals last night. You take the ball in the basket. Now, I've played for the Generals. And they tell you, hey, you go to the foul line, and we're going to pull your pants down. Right? We'll pants you real quick on the foul line, and you act all surprised like, oh, my God, I can't believe they pants me. That was the Sixers last night. Like, you're going to take the ball to the basket, I'm going to block it, and it's going to go off your face and go out of bounds. So you're going to look like a complete idiot. That was the Sixers last night. The Spurs were like, hey, take the ball in the basket, we'll block it, and it'll hit you in the face, and then the crowd can laugh at you. And then, of course, Edgecombe, who wasn't having a good game either, 2 from 9 for the field, he ends up going down, hurting himself, has a lumbar sprain. And let me tell you, I've had a lumbar sprain before. That's no fun. The lumbar sprain could last 2 weeks, if not longer. So now tonight, you got no Edgecombe, you got no Paul George, you got no Kelly Oubre still sick, and you got no Embiid. So tonight you're going to have a lineup of what? Barlow. If I see Drummond play, I'm going to probably vomit. Bona, last night, the only 2 guys besides Maxey who did give some effort, and I don't want to say Edgecombe didn't give effort. He gives effort, but he just didn't play well. The only 2 guys worth a damn last night were Bona and Walker. And Walker's the other guy. I don't understand what Nurse has against Walker. Is it the fact that he gives effort, tries, and actually produces? Is that the problem? Like Nick Nurse, do you have a problem with guys who actually give effort and produce? Because it feels like Walker plays 5 minutes, will get you 5 rebounds. Last night he played 19 minutes, he got you 7 rebounds. On a team that can't rebound. He's the only guy out there that can get a freaking rebound, and Nurse finds a way to say, I don't need this guy. Somehow, some way, they ran McCain out of town, the only guy on the team outside of Maxey that can shoot. It's almost like, hey, if you can play, stand in this line and we'll get rid of you or we won't play you. And if you can't play, get in this line over here and we'll check you out to see if we can make you any better. And we can't. It is a absolute masterclass in ineptitude. And that game last night is the bat signal flashing across the Delaware Valley of please do something. Now, I get it. Joel not playing, yada, yada, yada. Guess what? That's the whole story for the last 10 years. Well, you don't have Joel. And I'm very cognizant of that because I'm a Joel guy. But guess what? At some point, you can't keep dealing with it. And if you know that Joel's not going to be available, you got to do better than Andre Drummond. You need someone, and I get it. Joel is a unicorn. But you got to get someone who can provide something if Joel's not going to play. You got a guy sitting in the corner shooting 4 threes in 5 minutes. And by the way, he don't play Drummond either. It's like, hey, Joel's not here tonight. You're going to have to play. Sorry. And then, how about this one? You got Kyle Lowry, who, listen, if you like Kyle Lowry so much, put him on the freaking coaching staff. You didn't even put him in the game last night. So now you're rotting away a roster spot. Oh, by the way, the other guy who actually tried last night for a little while was Cam Payne. Think about that comment, though. Cameron Payne, who I literally signed off of a team overseas that had a losing record, and I had to say, hey, we so ineptly traded Jared McCain away that I got to bring you in here because I literally have no guards. It was a masterclass in ineptitude last night, and the fingerprints of the roster glaring. And I literally am like, all right, and I'm not a big blame the coach guy. Listen, the coach can only do so much, and I get it. Nurse is in a situation where there's no Embiid, there's no Paul George. You're basically up against it every single night. But the coach, in my mind, where I do blame the coach is, are they prepared? The culture, the system. What are you running? They're not running anything. They're not running anything. They're running, hey, Maxey, dribble, try to get by your guy, and then floater, take it to the basket, If not, kick it out and then let VJ try to go one-on-one, see if he can get by his guy. Watch the Spurs play. Guys wide open all over the place. And I get it. Victor Wembanyama is a unicorn on top of a unicorn. But that was an absolute disaster last night. And the players looked completely overmatched and almost questioning themselves like, how are we on the same court as this team? We don't belong. Nurse's body language, it's just a master class of I don't want to be here. And I think if you sat Nick Nurse down and asked him, do you want to get out of this situation? Nurse would say, sure, let me out. I don't think Nurse has any desire to have to put up with this anymore. And I say put up with it. He's put himself in this position. But he doesn't want to answer the questions about Joel. He doesn't want to answer the questions about who's available, who's not. He doesn't want to have to answer questions about how come you didn't play Jared McCain and he's over there in Oklahoma City and he's being useful and you couldn't find a role for him. I think he's done with it. Now, he's always been a whiner. He's always been a complainer. He's always had lousy body language. But last night, it almost seemed like he isn't complaining. He's not whining. He just wants out. And if that's the case, the Sixers should possibly acquiesce. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Hit me up on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. That's what I got on that Sixer game last night. Did I miss anything? Stat boy, did I miss anything?
Well, a couple things. One, to your point about the Nick Nurse thing, I wanted to ask you because you just brought that up. We heard Doug Collins and Mike Fratello make a comment last night. I think it was late first quarter, early second quarter, where they were. It was obviously one of Nick Nurse was having one of his moments where he was frustrated, which he does often in games. And both of the former coaches made the comment that, that's a coach who's frustrated that he has no healthy players. So is it really what they said, Mike, that, this is an example of a guy having the coach team without healthy players? Or do you really think, as you said, that Nick Nurse just wants out of town and he just doesn't care?
Both. I mean, I think it's a combination of he would like to coach the team with Paul George and Joel Embiid, but he never gets to. And he's thinking to himself, I want to coach the team with everybody here, but I never get that opportunity. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of every night. Hey, how's Joel coming around from a new injury? And it's not like I'm not blaming Joel. Whatever happened, he got kicked in the ribs or something?
He got kneed in the ribs, yeah. He literally was going up for a shot. The guy almost jumped over his head and literally was like a Muay Thai knee to his ribs.
You think about the guys that you saw last night in San Antonio. I'm imagining most people watching or listening to this show, if you're watching on YouTube or if you're listening on the radio on 97.3 ESPN, have no idea who Devin Vassell is, has no idea who Julian Campagne is, has no idea who these guys are who are ripping you. But they find these guys, they develop them, they give them a role, and these guys produce. They don't overexpose them. They're not playing, by the way, Dominic Barlow started his career in San Antonio. And a team that develops players, says, this guy can't play. And listen, I think the Barlow thing's a great story. You got him on a two-way deal. And then it's almost like we found this guy and we want to get credit for finding a guy like this, a diamond in the rough, so we're just going to keep playing him. And then he hits the wall to where now he's not even useful anymore because he's out of gas. The team looks like they're out of gas. Barlow just looked absolutely dumbfounded. Now, he's had a couple good games this year, but in reality, Dominic Barlow should be playing 15 minutes. And I get it. You're shorthanded. And you're playing against one of the best teams in the league.
But aren't you in part shorthanded because I guess it's the chicken or the egg thing. Aren't you in part shorthanded because the front office didn't do anything at the deadline to improve the depth on the team?
Well, absolutely, because I think what happened was part of it was they misread and over-evaluated some of the talent that they did have. It's, hey, we got this Barlow guy. He's way better than we thought. So they didn't think they needed to improve there because it's like you got Paul George, you got Barlow, you got Grimes, you have Edgecombe, you have Maxey. So you have that 3-guard situation. Then you had they felt that they had some of these younger pieces that kind of emerged faster than they thought. Barlow has really emerged. Who the hell knew who Dominic Barlow was in training camp, right? Now the guy's starting. But in reality, you had a guy like Justin Edwards. Well, he looked like a guy that could help you last year, and now Nurse won't play him. You signed Watford, and, Watford is what he is. If you're going to look at the box score and judge Watford, you're going to say this guy stinks. But Watford is a guy who is the dirty work guy, do the little things, the secondary pass. He brings the ball up. He gets the tips, that kind of stuff. So you bring that kind of guy in. Well, they've given him no role. Bona is a guy who's an energizer buddy, goes up and down the court, but he can't do anything offensively to help you. So you're limited when he's out there. So
yeah,
it's just a team that you're looking at right now that looked like it had some depth before, and any team that loses Embiid and Paul George is going to struggle. But losing by 40, I am cognizant of losing by 40 like you did. If the number was 14, probably not as heated today. But 40 for the third time at home this year. It's the only team in NBA history that's lost by 40 or more points at home 3 times in the same season. So 40 definitely puts the microscope on you a lot closer than if it's 14. But I think the fact that it was 40 shows that Spurs team came in here and you are not even in the same league. Not close. You lost by 40 against the Knicks at home, right? And now you lose at 40 against the Spurs at home. These are 2 teams that came into your building, playoff quality teams, championship quality teams, that just gave you an indication that you are not close. And I don't know where they thought they were at the deadline, that they thought they could move on from a first-round pick who was, let's be honest, Jared McCain was probably your best player last year. Right?
Before the injury, yeah.
Before the injury, before he got hurt, you could make a strong argument that he was the best player on the team for the stretch that he played.
And actually, if you line up his advanced analytics for his play before the injury last year and what he did with OKC this year, it's virtually identical.
Oh, for Oklahoma City, he's been outstanding. Last night he leads the team in scoring, and they win the game.
No, but it goes to show you part of this problem. It's a symbol of the problem.
Look how they use McCain.
Correct.
Versus how you use McCain.
Right, you didn't.
You didn't is true, but
really quick. So 'cause I know we got to get to Mike McGarry coming up. So you mentioned about back years ago with the Colangelo stuff. So here is the timeline.
Yeah, they played the Spurs. I know that.
It wasn't the Spurs. So April 4th, they played the Brooklyn Nets. They lost 141-118. 2 days later, on April 6th, Sam Hinkie resigns and puts out the letter. Then 4 days later, on April 10th, the Sixers officially hired Brian Colangelo.
No. When Jerry Colangelo got introduced, Jerry Colangelo. When
you said Colangelo.
They lost to – I said they brought in Jerry Colangelo. They lost to the Spurs by like 50. And I remember because we were doing the show. We were at the Golden Nugget. McMullen was with me, and we battled because they brought in Colangelo that day. They lost to the Spurs. It was in December, I want to say. And they lost by like 50.
They hired Jerry Colangelo. They brought him on December 7th, 2015.
There you go. So a Spurs 50-point waxing led to Jerry Colangelo coming here, which has been the infection that has followed this team ever since.
It was actually the same day. So the same day that they brought in Jerry Colangelo, they lost 119-68 to the Spurs.
There you go.
Same day.
All right, more Sports Bash on the way. Mike McGarry for the President of Atlantic City. Text board on the White Horse RV text board. Lighten up. We'll read off texts in the 3 o'clock hour, so keep them coming. Plus, today at 4:30 during Nuggets, I have information on our Phillies watch party for opening day and how you guys can be a part of it. That's all coming up on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 231 Sports Bash, a Canadian double has taken Jonathan Bolin out of the game for the Phillies. He followed up Aaron Nola today. Actually, it was Nola, then Duran, and then Bolin. So the Phils and Team Canada playing an exhibition today over at Baycare Ballpark. Got Nola on the mound for the Phils. We'll keep you up to date throughout the rest of the show here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. You know, it was an epic loss by the Sixers to the Spurs that brought Jerry Colangelo. A 40-point last night loss to the Spurs. Could this be the first of something to rattle the Sixers' cage? Or, Mike, is it just, hey, no Embiid, no George, Oubre didn't play, Edgecombe got hurt, just one of those nights?
Yeah, I mean, I feel strongly both ways, Mike. I mean, what you just said is true. No Embiid, no George, no Oubre. You're going up against one of the best teams in the NBA, you know, a true championship contender. Is anybody surprised that the Philadelphia 76ers lost without those players on the court? I do feel, Mike, however, and we talked a little bit about this the other day, that we are reaching a point where with these Philadelphia 76ers where it might be time to blow it up and maybe start again or move in a different direction. But again, the looming question of what you do with Joel Embiid and the $70 million you have to pay him per season over the next 3 years. I mean, I don't know how many options the 76ers have, and I don't know what fans exactly want this team to do, because their hands are tied right now. Do fans want to go back to the days of, winning 20 games and start over? I'll tell you who's not going to stand for that: Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe.
Yeah, they are in a really, really tough predicament where you now have Maxey and you have Edgecombe. So you got those two guys. You'd probably, like to see you start taking a step forward. But now you're stuck with the Embiid and George contracts. So I don't know how they pretzel their way out of this thing, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, they're caught in, again, the big thing when the process started was you don't want to be one of those teams that won 42, 43, 44 games, would make the playoffs, would win a round, maybe lose in the second round, or, lose in the first round. Well, they've even managed to trap themselves in a position that's even tougher to get out of than that 44, 45, 42, 43 win position. The one thing I would caution, Mike, you look at the NBA, I think the talent level right now in the NBA is as good as it's been in my lifetime since I've been watching the game. I don't care who the team is. You can name the worst team in the league. They got two guys on that team that are, you look at them and say, boy, those guys are really, really good players. And I would caution, the Sixers got, if they start over, they got Maxey and Edgecombe, but everybody's got a Maxey and Edgecombe, I think, in the NBA today.
You're right about that. In fact, I, talked about this about a month or so ago. As much as Edgecombe has been great and it's been fun, I said, man, that Knipple would look really good here. I know that Edgecombe is really good, but I think Knipple might have been a better fit, and it goes to show how much talent there is from this past draft class and just a lot of young players around the league.
Yeah, I mean, it truly is a worldwide league. And again, I think the talent is better than it's been in my lifetime. And again, I just think you got to caution yourself. Yeah, Tyrese Maxey is really, really good. Edgecombe is really, really good. But what's the difference between the Sixers and the Charlotte Hornets right now? The Charlotte Hornets have 3 or 4 guys who are really, really good. What separates the Sixers is the Joel Embiid thing, because, obviously when he's right, when he's not even right, when he can get on the court, as you said the other day, Mike, he can score 30 points in 20 minutes. It's really amazing. He won't play for 6 weeks. His first game back always stinks. The second game back, he's 30 points and 10 rebounds, and he looks great in like 28 minutes. So that's what separates the Sixers. That's the Sixers' ace in the hole. but it's almost like damned if you do, damned if you don't. They need Embiid to win, but having Embiid on the team might prevent them from moving forward and trying to build a new and better team. So to be honest with you, Mike, I don't know what the 76ers do in this situation.
I agree, because I don't think anybody's taking Embiid, and I don't think anybody's taking Paul George. So you're stuck with those two guys, and then you have Maxey and Edgecombe that you're going to try, to kind of build around moving forward. And that's going to be a tough way to go. But ultimately, obviously they make the trade for McCain. That has blown up in their face. McCain has gone to Oklahoma City, and he has flourished again last night. He scores 20, 4 of 9 from 3. And then you have to start questioning the player development and even the observations of who thought that Quentin Grimes was a better option. And I know you said the other day you weren't the biggest McCain guy, but those are the type of things now you got to start thinking in your mind is, all right, we got this guy Barlow. Well, Barlow's a nice story. A two-way guy. It almost feels like they want to get a pat on the back that they found a player like a diamond in the rough, so they just keep playing them. Well, now you've overexposed some of these players, and they're starting to hit the wall a little bit.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The Quentin Grimes thing to me, Quentin Grimes is the prototypical good player on a bad team. I watched him with the Knicks for a while. He played great with the Knicks, much like he did with the 76ers last season. But eventually, the Knicks got good, really good, when they got rid of Quentin Grimes. So to me, Quentin Grimes is one of those guys, good guy on a bad team. If you have a really good NBA team, Quentin Grimes is not going to be on your roster. I admit right now, Mike, again, I'm not going to jump on the McCain bandwagon. I admit that's looking like a little bit of an L for me right now. We'll see how it plays out. But I will say this, Jared McCain, what does he got to be on the Oklahoma Thunder? What does he have to be? The 8th, 9th, maybe 10th best player on that team? If he was here in Philadelphia, what would he have to be on a night when Embiid and George aren't playing? The 3rd best player? So you have Jared McCain as the 8th or 9th best player on your team. Yeah, that's a nice fit. You have him to be the 3rd best player on your team. You talk about guys getting overexposed. Maybe McCain, if he has to play that role, is why the 76ers
Well, I
got
would
rid of him.
counter this with you, Mike, and you're not wrong about that. He's further down their depth chart. However, he's getting fourth quarter minutes. He's getting major minutes. He leads the team in scoring. They're running plays for him. They're maximizing what he does well, and it is working out for them. Here, though, Maxey's the guy. Edgecombe's the guy. He could have been a 3rd guy. Last year, when everybody was hurt and he was the only guy they had, he would have been the rookie of the year had he kept playing. So he obviously showed he could play, and they utilized him in a way last year that got the most out of him. For them not to try to utilize him again this year, I get it. He had the knee and he had the thumb. Another injury situation. And then, quite frankly, he did not play all that well when he came back from those injuries, but it seemed like he was starting to come around right when they traded him.
Yeah, but Mike, the other thing is I would wonder about what kind of fit was he for the Philadelphia 76ers. He's a much better fit in Oklahoma. With the Philadelphia 76ers, he's another guy under 6'2", who's not the greatest defensive player in the world. You have 2 of those guys already in Maxey and Edgecombe. How many of those guys can you have on a team? My point would be Oklahoma covers up a lot of McCain's shortcomings because of their talent and allows him to do what he does well, okay? Credit McCain. He's gone in there and made the most of the situation. However, if he was on the 76ers, if the 76ers, I think people want to say, well, if he was on the 76ers, what he did last night, he would have done for the 76ers last night. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think Oklahoma allows McCain to be the best player he can be. I think the 76ers don't have the talent to allow McCain to flourish, and instead of allowing him to be the best player he can be, I think the 76ers roster kind of exposed his weaknesses, and there were 2 guys ahead of him on the depth chart that are same type of players with the same type of weaknesses. So I understand why the 76ers, look to make that move.
All right, they lose by 40 last night. We'll see if, no Edgecombe tonight. By the way, this will be epic. the Jazz are trying to lose, and the Sixers seemingly don't have a roster good enough to win. So this one's going to be fun tonight to see what ends up happening here. I liken the Sixers-Spurs last night. I don't know how much you got to see of the game, but it looked like one of those classic moments that you've covered a lot, where you have a team like Camden that plays in Group 2, and they just happen to get matched up with a team, and it's no indictment on the other team. It's just that Camden really shouldn't be playing in Group 2. It's just the enrollment thing. And it's like they win by like 40 because they are just so much more talented. That was the Sixers last night. It just looked like a small, unathletic team that got stuck playing Camden, and they took the ball to the basket. Wembanyama's blocking it off their face. It's, every time they go up, they're trying to kick it back out because, obviously they can't get a shot. It just looked like one of those high school games where the one team had no business being on the same floor as the other.
Yeah, great analogy. Kind of like a Group 1 team going up against a Group 4 team, right? Where you're just kind of overmatched physically, and you had no choice, no answer for the other team's physical ability. Again, the game got away from them last night. But hey, I mean, if you're going to talk about the top teams in the NBA, the San Antonio Spurs got to be, right there. It's amazing how you talk about teams. It seems like the San Antonio Spurs, God has given them the gift of knowing exactly when to tank a season. Like when they tank, they get a superstar. They tanked and got Tim Duncan. They tanked and got Victor Wembanyama. Other teams in the league try to duplicate that to no avail. Outside of the Oklahoma Thunder, it seems the only other team that's got this tanking thing down is the San Antonio Spurs.
All right, Mike, today, let's go over to baseball. The Phillies are playing Canada today. Really just an exhibition. But do we see a vintage Nola today? 3 innings, 4 strikeouts, 37 pitches, 28 strikes. It looked like Nola averaging 92 on the fastball today. His last pitch in the second inning, 93.5 miles an hour. Positive sign for Nola. Do you expect a Nola bounce back?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Look, he can't be. Let's put it this way: he can't be worse than he was last year. If he was worse than he was last year, where he barely pitched at all, the Phillies are going to have some huge problems. So, as I always tell people, I don't want to get caught up in spring training outings or numbers until they serve the purpose of my argument. And I think Nola is one of those guys, right? That you want to see him pitch well in spring training to build momentum to go into the season. Christopher Sanchez, I know he's going to be good March 26th. Jesus Luzardo, I know he's going to be good March 28th when he takes them out. So if they get roughed up in a spring training outing, I'm not going to push the panic button over that. But guys like Aaron Nola and rookies like Andrew Painter and Crawford, I want to see them play well in spring training. So I think what Nola did today, probably caused the Phillies to take a little bit of a breath of relief seeing him pitch the way he did. And it's certainly better than watching him go out there and throw 88 miles an hour and get racked around by Team Canada, whoever is on that stellar roster. And don't get me started on this World Baseball Classic.
Oh, I'd like to hear it because I'm not a huge fan either. By the way, on the mound right now for Team Canada, former Philly Philippe Aumont.
Yeah. Philippe Aumont back to, I believe he was in the Cliff Lee trade.
Yes,
which
he
I
was.
think was made back in the 1950s. So that's my problem with Mike, with the World Baseball Classic is it's not baseball, right? You want to have a World Baseball Classic? Fine, I'll be involved in it. I'll be all in. Shut the sport down for 2 weeks in July, and let's go play a World Baseball Classic. Let's have Ohtani take the mound for 8 innings against Team USA. Let's have these other countries get some real players and not Felipe Aumont, washed up major leaguers or washed up never wases or has-beens, and throw them out there. Pitchers are throwing 3 and 4 innings. I saw the World Baseball Classic destroy the Mets season a few years ago when Diaz hurt. Now you have situations where players can't get insurance to perform in the World Baseball Classic. Again, you want to have a World Baseball Classic? Okay, let's shut the sport down for 10 days in July and go from there.
I agree. I think they could do a better job. I almost say, look, so many of these nations are just not in it. Canada, Netherlands. I mean, some of these teams are terrible. get the four nations, play it during the All-Star break. Let's see USA, Japan, DR, Venezuela, and let's have a little fun with that.
Exactly. And if, Mike, you want to put together a team, a Europe team like Ryder Cup style, absolutely. I think you could probably field enough players there to make a quality team. But you're right. Let's get it down to 4 or 5 teams, maybe 6 teams. Shut the sport down for 10 days in July. Do it every 2 years. I think it would be great. But this in spring training, to me, is ridiculous.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Saw Mike, one of the top football programs in the area needs a new coach.
Yeah, interesting. St. Augustine announced this morning that they have parted ways with Coach Pete Lancetta. Pete did a great job at St. Augustine, was there for 8-9 years. St. Augustine, always one of the top teams in South Jersey, and obviously Pete, before coaching at St. Augustine, was at Hamilton, where he was a legend out there, finishes with more than 270 wins. Only 4 other coaches in South Jersey have won more than him. He won 4 South Jersey titles at Hamilton, did a great job at St. Augustine. So St. Augustine, one of the most attractive jobs in South Jersey, opens up. It'll be interesting to see who they choose to replace Pete Lancetta, because whoever they choose is going to be stepping into Lancetta's shoes, and those are pretty big shoes to fill.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City has more at pressofac.com. And, of course, he'll be back on Friday here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, Mike.
All right. We'll talk to you later, Mike. See you down the road.
All right, there he is, Mike McGarry, everybody. Poll question on the other side. You can vote at Mike Gill Show. Here it is. Had this question asked to me today by one William Schweem, a.k.a. Billy Schweim. Which team is better positioned for future success? He didn't ask the question that eloquently, but Sixers or Flyers? You can vote at Mike Gill Show or hit us up on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Which team's better positioned for future success? Sixers, Flyers. We opened yesterday's show complaining about the Flyers. Today is about the Sixers. Who do you think is better positioned for future success? Vote now at Mike Gill Show. At 252, poll question today. Who's in a better spot for future success? Is it the Sixers or the Flyers? Josh, did you vote?
I did vote, but I hate the options.
At Mike Gilshaw. Well, what do you mean you hate the options? Which team is better positioned for future success, Sixers or Flyers? What other option would you like me to give you?
I just think that neither team really is. But if you're forcing me to pick one.
I am forcing you.
You're forcing me to pick between the Pinto and the Metro Prism LSI, then I'm going to pick the Flyers just because I just feel like.
Now, Schweim texted me today.
Yeah.
He said, who's in the worst position, the Flyers or the Sixers? Which made me think of the poll question. So thanks to Billy Schweim for today's poll question. And
yeah,
the question is, which team is in better position for future success, Sixers or Flyers? You voted Flyers.
Yeah, because I just feel like once they get some of this dead money off the salary cap, maybe they have hope. The Sixers got more dead money tied up in players than either team.
Well, it's 68-31 right now. Who's winning?
I mean, after last night,
Salem County votes are in, by the way.
I would feel like after last night, people were maybe saying Flyers just because the last thing I saw was the Sixers get killed.
Joe messages, I'll take the physical challenge. At Steven Smith 14 says neither. No confidence in either group running those teams. Paul says answer C, neither. Charles Seaman Smith 67, one of our good tweeters, says sheesh, that's a tough one. Well, right now 68% say the Flyers are better positioned for future success.
Yeah, because the last thing we saw was the Sixers get murdered.
31%. Text on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Daryl Morey tried to do what? That's next. All right, 3 o'clock hour, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We got the text board wide open right now. You guys have been hitting me up pretty good in the first hour. Whitehorse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Whitehorse RV, Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at Whitehorse RV. A lot of text messages on the Sixers' loss last night, and just the season in general. By the way, since Jared McCain got traded, he has scored 138 points. Quentin Grimes has 81, just to kind of give you a little indication on the matchup between those two guys. He is averaging nearly twice as many points for the Thunder than he has with the Sixers, and it's been frustrating to watch that game. Look, Jared McCain's not helping him win that game last night. That's not what we're saying. It just that game was a microcosm of everything last night. Not enough depth, constant injuries. The coach looks disinterested. And it's a season that seemingly was promising at the start. You know, it looked like a fun team. You got this Edgecombe that I think has exceeded all expectations. You draft this guy Edgecombe, people didn't really know much about him. You know, people wanted Ace Bailey. Maybe you could have gone with Con Knipple. You end up with Edgecombe, and he comes right off the bat and it's turned into a very good player. The team gets off to a good start, and here we are, a 40-point loss at home. And it's not the 40-point loss. Look, the Spurs are a championship. You know they just got done a 9-game road trip and went 8-1 on a 9-game road trip? That's a championship team. And it's not that you lost by 40. It's the microcosm of how you lost by 40. Embiid's hurt again. Paul George, dumbass. Oubre's sick. And it's not his fault that he's sick, but it's just...
It's another thing.
Just another thing that constantly happens to you and nobody else. Yeah, it happens to Washington. It happens to Sacramento. But it always happens to you. Embiid just invents an injury. Somehow a man 7'2" got kicked in the oblique. How? How is this possible? That
Again,
you have found.
It happens to no one else.
It happens to nobody
There's
else.
no one else in the league that has had another player knee them in the ribs that caused them now to miss games with an oblique injury.
It's crazy.
It doesn't exist.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And then, you know, last night you have a microcosm of all the stuff. Your team's too small. They're too slow. They're not athletic enough. And here we are with a team that we asked the poll question at Mike Gill Show. You can vote. And a lot of you are right now. Which team is better positioned for future success? Is it the Sixers or the Flyers? 68% on the Flyers, 31% on the Sixers. That's a microcosm of that because the Flyers are skating in quicksand. And 68% of the people think that they're better positioned for the future. That's an indictment there as well.
Yeah, which brings us to, there was an article that came out today, and there's a companion podcast piece. I wanted to play some audio for you, Mike. So, Kevin O'Connor, people remember me mentioning him a few weeks ago when the Drew Hanlon audio came out. He's talking with Drew Hanlon explaining about how, Joel is not, playing through injuries anymore, etc. Well, Kevin O'Connor basically wrote an article, and the headline of the article is, Oklahoma City is making it impossible to ignore that Nick Nurse failed Jared McCain in Philadelphia. That's the headline. Mm-hmm. So I was like, well, this sounds like what Mike Gill's been saying. So Kevin O'Connor goes on his podcast and makes it one of the top points. For those who don't know, he opens every podcast with his 5 top takeaways in the NBA. His number 2 takeaway is this situation where he explains that Oklahoma City is basically using Jared McCain where basically Nick Nurse refused to.
This season with OKC, he has basically the same numbers for McCain with OKC as soon as he is acquired by the team compared to last year pre-injury with the Sixers. And the big difference, you can just see him playing with a freedom. They're giving him the ball into different situations. They're running him through actions with the intent of giving him the ball. They're giving him freedom to take shots off the dribble. It felt like Nurse just took that away from him earlier in the season.
Yeah, it was almost like Nurse last year when there was nobody around and he was hurt. Everybody else was hurt. He just was kind of like, go live free, young man. And then remember last year there was the game where George Niang told Quentin Grimes, like, yo, shut your mouth, kid, because next year you're not going to have the freedom to do what you want. You're going to be standing in that corner over there when Joel's back.
Right.
It almost feels like Nick Nurse said to Jared McCain, like, okay, everybody's back. You're going to have to go sit in the corner. You can't go play free. You can't go having a good time. You can't be, joyous out there. You got to play within the constraints of what we want you to do. We're Oklahoma City. If you watch, there's a Twitter handle. It's like Oklahoma City Film or something, or Thunder. I don't know. It's some Twitter handle like that. And it's just them showing McCain just constant moving out without the ball. He almost looks like Steph Curry without the ball, just moving, screens, moving this way, passing, going opposite. It's just an unbelievable difference of how they used him and how Philadelphia.
Well, it's funny you mention that because O'Connor mentions in part in his article, he says, the bottom line is the Thunder run actions designed to get McCain the ball, something Philadelphia never did, to which O'Connor says because Nick Nurse was not using Jared McCain, he thinks it forced Daryl Morey to trade him.
Daryl Morey talks about how they sold high. I do think Morey, from his perspective, he's saying that he's getting ripped for that statement still. Every day, Sixers fans are commenting about that. From his perspective, he's saying we sold high because his value was only going to get lower here. He's just not saying the second part is that Nick Nurse wasn't playing him. The reason why McCain's value was dropping was because of Nick Nurse. Philly had to trade McCain now because it was only going to get worse.
I don't know if I agree with that, but well, I see what he's saying. I mean, I agree with what he's saying. But if you're the general manager, Daryl Morey, can't you say to Nick Nurse, yo, man, what are you doing? I need you to play this guy. Now, you don't want to get involved where the GM is telling the coach how to do things in his rotations. I'm certainly not advocating for that, but I'm sure you could sit down and have a conversation and be like, yo, Quentin Grimes is not going to be back here next year. You think you could take a look at McCain?
Yeah, I would love to know, like, if there was ever a conversation where Daryl Morey might have said, hey, Nick, can you, like, give me an understanding of what you're doing with these rotations? I think it's a fair question to ask. There's been many times this year where a guy starts playing well and then Nurse benches him for 2 quarters. We've seen it happen to multiple guys this year.
Well, and, he's saying, like what Kevin O'Connor there is saying, is that Morey had to trade McCain because essentially Nurse wasn't playing him.
Correct.
So this is what I talked about yesterday. This whole triangle of, did ownership say you need to get under the tax? Did Morey say, well, if I have to get under the tax, I'm going to try to get something? In other words, he could have got under the tax by trading Eric Gordon,
Andre Drummond,
but he wouldn't have got anything in return.
Correct.
So it's like, if I have to get under the tax, I want to try to get something in return. I don't want to just trade something and get nothing. So then he has a conversation with Nurse and says, hey, if I can get something for Jared McCain, do you plan on putting him in your rotation? Because so far what I've seen is he's not getting a lot of playing time. And Nurse says, have at it. If you can get something for him, I don't want him.
To which O'Connor explains that because, the point was brought up to him about, hey, a lot of people said that McCain wasn't getting playing time because the Sixers have a lot of guards. To which O'Connor explains that is probably the dumbest reason not to play McCain because of this with OKC.
We have VJ Edgecombe and Tyrese Maxey. There's just not minutes for a third smaller guard in the rotation. That's not an excuse. OKC has SGA, J-Dub, Isaiah Joe, Kaysen Wallace, AJ Mitchell, Nikola Topic, their lottery pick last year. OKC has a stronger argument for not wanting McCain on their team than the Sixers do.
I like that one big time because what happened last year when in the NBA Finals, the Indiana Pacers, I remember talking about the Pacers and their roster construction. And you go back to the roster construction they had a year ago, they had a bunch of these guards, right? They had a bunch of these undersized guards, and they were all interchangeable. And they just kept kind of swinging them in and out of the lineup.
And that was their strength.
That was what we kept saying. Like, our team's going to start trying to look at Oklahoma, at Indiana, and say, look, we can just get a bunch of different guards and just keeping them athletic guys out there, and just because you have Neesmith, who's 6'5", Nemhart 6'4", Halliburton 6'5". You've got T.J. McConnell, who's 6'1". They had Matherin last year, another guy who's not very big. They just had a bunch of guys that they just kind of kept rotating in and out. By the way, you got 3 guards right now. You're telling me there's not room for 4 guards on your team that could figure out a way to get minutes? He's overplaying the guys that he has. That's another problem. If he doesn't play Maxey leads the league in minutes, I believe.
Yes. Minutes per game, yeah.
So if you're not playing Maxey, I got to see how many minutes per
If you're
game.
not killing Maxey and you actually played McCain some of those minutes, you would have a role for him on this team.
Yeah.
And that's where the indictment is. It's not literally if Jared McCain was here, the team would be winning games. It's the idea that he's a symbol of what is wrong with the situation. By the way, you mentioned about the ownership. Kevin O'Connor goes on to explain that he thinks the problem is Nick Nurse and Sixers ownership.
Nurse failed McCain. That's just the reality of it. Nick Nurse failed McCain. The Sixers' cheap ownership, wanting to get under the luxury tax again, duck the tax, they failed the team as well. And so Philly's in this position where they kind of, sort of feel like they got a shot, but they lost one of their better players, and he went to the best team in the league, the favorites in Oklahoma City, and already they've figured out how to use him. And that's become very obvious since that deal happened.
And what Kyle O'Connor doesn't say, but he says in his article, is since Josh Harris purchased the 76ers in 2011, the 76ers have paid the luxury tax one time during the entire Josh Harris tenure, during the 2019-2020 season following the Al Horford signing. Over the last 2 decades, the 76ers have made numerous trades involving second-round picks in order to maneuver their way under the tax. This has been a trend for the Sixers in the Josh Harris era.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you're trying to rank who's at fault here, as we talked a little bit about yesterday, I guess Nick Nurse goes to the top of the list, that he could not find a role for McCain. By the way, Tyrese Maxey averages 38 minutes a game. You know who number 2 in the league is at 35 minutes a game? VJ Edgecombe.
Oh, my goodness.
So Maxey plays 38 minutes. Edgecombe plays 35. The next guy is Jalen Johnson and Cade Cunningham at 35. Then Paolo Banchero at 34.9. Jalen Brunson plays 34. So there's 4 minutes less that Maxey plays 4 more minutes a game than Brunson does. So let's say you crank Maxey down to Brunson. There's 4 extra minutes that you could give someone to play. Now, Edgecombe plays 35 minutes a game. Okay, maybe Edgecombe goes down to, say,
32?
where Donovan Mitchell is at 33 minutes.
Okay.
So there's 2 more minutes. So now you get 6 more minutes that you could play somebody those minutes. By the way, Quentin Grimes plays 29 minutes a game. I don't think I need to see Quentin Grimes for 29 minutes.
Maybe 20.
So if you move him down to even like 25 minutes a game, there's another 4 more minutes. So now all of a sudden, if you just kind of crank those guys back a little bit, you've now created 10 to 12 extra minutes for someone to get a role to play those 10 to 12 extra minutes. So to go to what O'Connor is saying here, he's blaming Nurse, and I tend to agree.
Now, the other side of it is, I want to remind you, Mike, something that Daryl Morey said. This was the day after the trade deadline about his reasoning why he made these trades. And it kind of leads us into the other little nugget in Kevin O'Connor's article from Yahoo Sports.
Because we're playing well, we were trying to upgrade the team and add to the team now. That was goal number 1. Obviously, no deal materialized, including using the picks we got from the Jared deal. That's why we did that move a little early. We're trying to reuse those draft picks to add now. We do feel like this deal sets us up better in the future, but we understand that we were looking to add now, and nothing materialized.
Nothing materialized.
To which Kevin O'Connor says in his article, executives have told Yahoo Sports that the Sixers were actively making calls pre-deadline. Some sources suggest that Daryl Morey was star hunting, though nothing...
Just Brett Brown? We are star hunting.
Though nothing seemed remotely close. One source close to the situation said that Kawhi Leonard was the name connected to Philadelphia, but nothing ever happened. So when McCain got dealt, the team ducked the tax. They never got the star, and no pieces were brought in to help when the deadline time
Well, and
ran
you
out.
heard Maxey last night. He got asked questions about how the team feels about McCain getting traded, and he says, I'm not going to lie, we miss Jared. He's a good friend. I think that was something that gets lost in the sauce, too, was that he was a popular guy around the team. And then you couple it with, you got a popular guy that wasn't getting playing time, then the team trades him, they duck the tax, and they got nothing in return. I think you see a team that looked at each other and said, what are we doing? It's almost like what I said about the Flyers a couple of weeks ago. Danny Briere comes out publicly and says, I don't care about this year's team. I'm not helping them out. And if you're on that team, you look around and say, we've played pretty well this year. You're not going to help us? And it might be the right move internally, but you don't come out and say that.
To me, the difference, though, is that, it's one thing to say it. It's another thing for Daryl Morey to do it and then claim he was trying to make the team better. Like, that's almost like insult to injury, right?
Well, I mean, to be fair, you could say he traded McCain the day early, which he did.
He did.
So that he could get something to try to. Unfortunately, there wasn't a move out there to be made. So it's not like he's wrong about that. He did trade him. It would be different if he traded him on the trade deadline day with like 2 hours left and then tried to get a deal together in 2 hours. He did make the deal the day before and said, okay, I got 24 hours to try to get something with now I have a little bit of something to play with here. The problem with this Kawhi Leonard thing, and I'm not questioning Kevin O'Connor's reporting here, but we've went over this a million times. The Sixers, to trade for Kawhi Leonard, they would have to give up like Paul George. Are the Clippers going to take Paul George?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the conversations were like in the most literal sense. What I do know is that optically, if you're a player in that locker room, you're looking around, taking out everything you just said, Mike, just from a player's perspective, they might be saying, Mike, I don't care about anything you just said. We all liked Jared McCain, and you gave up a guy that we all loved in this locker room and got nothing in return that's going to be for us. So who cares about your reasoning?
Yeah. Oh, listen. He makes the trade basically because he's told to get to cut the tax.
Right.
Under the tax threshold. So he listens and says, okay, I got to get under the tax threshold. I got to do something. And it goes back to what I said earlier. You got to get under the tax threshold. Okay, fine. If I have to trade somebody, I want to make sure I get something. Because if I just trade Eric Gordon or Drummond, I'm not getting anything in return.
Correct.
So if I want to try to help this team out, and this is where I go back to this. I feel like we're talking ourselves into blaming, or I am anyway, blaming Morey less. And here's why. How many times did we go through the trade machine? They could not make a trade. They had the roster construction that the Sixers have in terms of contracts.
Right.
There's only 3 guys on the team that they could really trade. Embiid, Paul George, and Maxey. Other than that, nobody made any money. So to make a trade to get a player to help the team was nearly impossible. So what Morey tried to do is, I'll trade this guy. He's the only, because how many times did I say the only guy that has any value is McCain?
Many times.
The problem was he only makes $4 million.
Exactly.
So you trade McCain, and in return you get draft picks. So how can I help the team get better? I have to trade McCain. I get the draft picks in return, and then I'll try to use the draft picks to try to get better. And there was no deal to help them get better. So I can actually see his thinking of how can I help this team out. I can't make any trades because of the contract situation we have. Nobody on my team makes any money except for those 3 guys. So if I'm going to make a trade, I need more draft picks. The only way I can get more draft picks is
by trading McCain.
Trading McCain. So he trades McCain a day early. So now he has 24 hours to try to consummate a deal with the extra picks that he got. And in the end, he looks at himself in the mirror and says, I couldn't get a deal, but now I have more picks. So in reality, Morey probably did about as good a job as he could based on the notion from ownership to get under the tax.
And again, I'm not trying.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I'm just saying that to your point, previous point about the Flyers, right? How the Flyers players feel. I see a situation where I think the Sixers players are feeling even worse than your painting of the Flyers players a month ago because of the fact that, well, a month and a half ago, because of the fact that the Sixers players are saying, we understand you were trying to make the team better, but you literally traded away a guy who's my friend, and you gave me nothing in return. And now I got a coach who's running me into the ground on a team with a roster that's asking Derek Barlow to save my rear.
Text message asked this question. Did the Sixers have 3 first-round picks this year? No, actually. They only have 1. The one they just got.
The one they just got.
For Jared McCain, because their own first-round pick
is going to OKC.
Goes to Oklahoma City based on the fact that last year you ended up getting VJ Edgecombe because you were top 4 protected.
Correct.
You finished with the 3rd pick. It's top 4 protected this year. The Sixers will not finish in the top 4. So that pick is going to have to go to Oklahoma City. So you actually now added a first-round pick that you did not have.
Correct.
From that trade.
The whole point of the trade, in part, was to recoup assets that were lost in previous deals.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Geoff in Port Norris says, Mike, I got a good one for you. I just walked out of Wawa, had a 76ers hoodie on. Guy coming in, had his on. We both said the same thing, same time. Embarrassing, and never said another damn word. I like how you both walked in with the same. You both had on embarrassing hoodies, but
Yeah,
didn't think of that when you put the hoodie on.
Right.
Yeah. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. We do have a lot of text. You have any more O'Connell sound? Is that it?
No, that was it, yeah. Sorry.
Good stuff. Well, and look, as we're having this conversation, though, because I got a text message here, says, who hired Nick Nurse? Who hired Doc Rivers? Who said they were trading McCain high? Who gave Paul George a Supermax contract? Okay. Who hired Nurse and who hired Rivers? Yeah, what a horrible idea. Let's hire 2 coaches who both won NBA championships. I would think that's a horrible idea to hire someone who's won a title. Why would you do such a dumb thing? Like, you won an NBA championship? And then you would say, yeah, I won an NBA title. I don't want to hire you.
At the time, they were smart hires.
Listen, when they had Brett Brown, everybody wanted Brett Brown fired. When they hired Doc Rivers, who had won the title with the Celtics, everybody said, man, this is going to make us better. Doc Rivers, it didn't work out. Nick Nurse won a title. When they hired Nick Nurse, he was a popular hire. People thought that this was a good hire. So to sit here and question hindsight 2020, that's an asinine text message to say who hired Nick Nurse and Doc Rivers, 2 guys who won championships. So what about Nick Nurse would you have said, I don't think I would have hired him?
There's nothing. There's nothing about him that would have said you're not hiring.
All right, so who said they were trading McCain high? Well, you just played the O'Connor bite there about what he said. I traded high. He said, but what he didn't say was
Daryl Morey talks about how they sold high. I do think Morey, from his perspective, he's saying that he's getting ripped for that statement still. Every day, Sixers fans are commenting about that. From his perspective, he's saying we sold high because his value was only going to get lower here. He's just not saying the second part is that Nick Nurse wasn't playing him. The reason why McCain's value was dropping was because of Nick Nurse. Philly had to trade McCain now because it was only going to get worse.
So who said they were trading McCain high? Morey did. But why? Because he didn't really have a choice. He had to get under the tax threshold, and Nurse wasn't playing the guy. So the only way that he could actually try to get the team better is to get something for McCain. That's why they traded him a day early.
And really quick, Daryl Morey also said that multiple teams called about McCain, and Kevin O'Connor confirmed that in his article. He says, look, a lot of teams were calling about McCain. A lot of teams were curious. Are you really going to trade this guy? Is he really available? What can I get him for?
Well, listen, those teams saw what I saw. A crafty scorer who doesn't have to play a lot of minutes. He could be a volume scorer in a short amount of time. That's what I saw from him.
And guess what? Many people have said the Oklahoma City Thunder are running plays to get McCain open shots, something that Nick Nurse was not doing.
Last question, he said, who gave Paul George a Supermax contract? Well, if I have to explain this to you, like when you give someone a Supermax contract, the GM doesn't just walk in and say, hey, owner, I got a great idea. Let's go give out a Supermax. No, that's not how it works. Ownership says, we will sign a guy to a Supermax. That's who we're going to go get. Daryl Morey doesn't go to Dr. J and say, hey, Dr. J, can you come on the flight with us and pitch Paul George on coming here? That's an ownership decision. So you can keep telling yourself all you want that you hate Daryl Morey and that he's the one that did this. For it to get to the level of a Supermax contract, the GM doesn't just trump the owner and say, you know what? I got a great idea, owner. Sit your ass down and listen.
No, he doesn't. I would also just throw in there that, listen, everyone can find things to blame Daryl Morey for. At the end of the day, the Paul George was a no-win situation because you either spend the money to get the guy or you sign about 4 guys on one-year deals, and then a Sixer fan complains about, why didn't you sign Paul George?
No, I mean, the Paul George thing was 50-50. 50% of the people said, hey, you have the money, go take the chance. The other people were not all that excited about Paul George because of his age and all that stuff. So that was a tough situation, but that's when they had the money. So you have to spend it in that offseason. You can't just hold on to the money. You don't spend it, you lose it. So it was an unenviable situation to be in where that's the offseason where they had the max money. All right, we're on the way. Football at 4, Mosher at 4 o'clock. 4:30 today, Knicks Nuggets. I'll tell you about where we'll be watching Phillies opening day this year, and I hope you're going to come out and join us because I have a great prize I'm giving away on Phillies opening day, March 26th, opening day watch party, and I have a great prize we're going to be giving away. Starting Monday, we're going to be entering people. I got the details at 4:30 during Knicks Nuggets right here on the Sports Bash. Phil's down 5-3 to Team Canada from the World Baseball Classic. It's an exhibition game up at or down in Clearwater. Aaron Nola got the start today, pitched well for the Phils. Text board's open. Whitehorse RV text board, 609-403-0973. We should hit some text messages. We've had a lot of them today. What do you say?
I'm always down to hit the text board when it's up there.
Willie and Kate May, Courthouse. Hey, Mike, I got my 2 cents on the Sixers. The first half of the season, the Sixers were a fun team with not a lot of expectations, at least in my mind. They were in almost every game the first half of the season and fun to watch, entertaining. Shame on us for forgetting too high on this team when in reality the expectations weren't all that high to start the season, right? Now, about the 3 coaches that you just mentioned. I think all 3 coaches had to coach an unreliable, unhealthy Joel Embiid. All 3 coaches were sold a false bill of goods. I'm not sure who he's talking about, these 3 is he talking about Brett Brown, Doc Rivers,
and
yes,
Nick Nurse?
Okay. Well, you're right, Willie, that none of the coaches, Doc, Nick, Brett, ever got a chance to have a healthy Joel Embiid for a playoff run. So going back to the other text message, Knucklehead, it talked about hiring the coach. Yeah, they hired these coaches that ended up being disappointing and ended up getting fired, but none of them had a full roster. Right?
No. But then you have to ask the question, where do you draw the line between, hey, Nick Nurse doesn't have a good enough roster, but also Nick Nurse is managing the minutes incorrectly?
Yeah, I think, listen, I like Nick Nurse when they hired him, and I like Nick Nurse when he was in Toronto. I think he's done a pretty terrible job here in terms of the culture, the minutes, the rotational stuff, the things that I think the coach has a hand on. I don't think he's done a good job with. I think he plays his players too much. He rides his guys way too much. I mean, last night, thank God, the game's a 40, 50-point game, and he got Maxey out of the game. But I think he plays his players too much. His rotations are too short. He doesn't trust these guys at all. And obviously, it's wearing on these guys. I mean, you're playing a guy like Dominic Barlow as if he's like an all-star. You know, Dominic Barlow doesn't need 35 minutes in a game.
So that's why I'm saying, like, it's not that we're vacating Morey or Nurse in these situations, but it's kind of the unpopular opinion of, why can't we blame a little bit of everybody for these things?
Yeah, and listen, I think that Doc Rivers was a guy that he was not
He was the wrong guy.
Well, I mean, he bristled with the media, and that doesn't help with the stuff with the fans, when he doesn't, really, he wasn't very endearing to some of the things when they lost. He kind of had like a smarter than you mentality type of thing. Which
he was very condescending.
Well. Right. It didn't go over well. And now, of course, he gets another job in Milwaukee, and that's not going very well either. So you get to the point where, listen, I know he won a title, and people still act like he's not a very good coach, and it goes back to the conversation. And I tweeted this out the other day. Fine. Maybe Doc Rivers isn't a good coach. Maybe Nurse isn't a good coach. But they won a title. So what does that say about the coach's importance? If you tell me these guys have won titles, but they're not important, those two sentences can't go together. You can't tell me the guy sucks as a coach, and then he wins a title, and then tell me the coach is important. You can't have it both ways. Either the coach isn't as important as you think he is, or that the coach is better than you give him credit for and the team's not good enough. So which one is it? Nurse is a bad coach and the coach doesn't matter all that much, or Nurse is a good coach because the coach matters all that much and he got a lot out of that Raptors team?
I mean, maybe all the above, honestly. I mean, two things can simultaneously be true, right? Like, it doesn't have to be one or the other. It could be some of both. And I think that, in a world where people want absolutes at times, we forget that there's nuance to this stuff.
Sure, of course there is. But that's my point, is Doc Rivers and Nick Nurse both showed they were good enough coaches to win a title.
When you give them the right roster.
If you have a roster. Rivers gets here, and quite frankly, he did not have a Sixers roster that was at full strength. I mean, you had the whole Ben Simmons disaster That happens. Who knows? If Ben Simmons got his head on straight, maybe they go to the Eastern Conference Finals and they get out of that second round.
And
we talked about it many times.
Yeah.
If Ben Simmons only makes 50% of his free throws in that series, 50%, they would have swept the Hawks.
Correct.
Instead, in Ben Simmons is historically bad from the free throw line, and they end up losing that in 7 games.
Yeah, it is the worst series of his whole NBA career in that series, which basically further imploded you because you go into the series thinking, look, I got a 3-time All-Star, a multiple-time All-Defensive player. He's going to give me a certain level of production and effort, and he never got it.
Jim in Williamstown says, hey, Mike, sounds like you are disgusted with the Sixers, too. You think it's time for a total overhaul. Keep Maxey and Edgecombe and everyone else is gone. Here's the problem, Jim. I might say, yeah, it is time, but that's not realistic. So I'm never going to be the guy that says, you got to trade Embiid, because no one's trading for Joel Embiid. He makes way too much money, and he's too unreliable. So no one's taking a $70 million contract off your hands. And Paul George, I mean, he goes out there, and he's been okay. I mean, Paul George this year has been all right, but he's not a max player. And this isn't a Sixer problem, by the way. This is an NBA problem. Paul George qualified for the Supermax. So you have to pay him that money. It's not like you can negotiate and be like, we really want Paul George. And, hey, Paul, we don't want to pay you the Supermax. No, that is the contract that he earned based on, are you first team All-NBA, second team All-NBA, third team All-NBA, yada, yada, yada. That's how it's all, slotted. So you can't just negotiate and be like, hey, we'll pay you $25 million a year. No, that's not how this works. So every time you hear, the Supermax, and we act like the team wants to pay them the Supermax. They don't want to pay the Supermax, but that's the rules. So you can't get rid of the George contract, and you can't get rid of the Embiid contract. So to Jim in Williamstown's point, is it time for an overhaul? Sure. Can you do it? No. No, you can't. Geoff says, the Sixers played last night. I checked out when they traded a young and up-and-coming shooter and got under the salary cap to avoid the luxury tax. The owner's a scum, and I'm out till he sells. Well, within your rights, Geoff. I can't try to talk you back into it, and I wouldn't do that. If you want to get out, go for it. 609-403-0973. Shaner and EHT is disgusted. Says, if I'm a major network, I'm never scheduling the Sixers. Bad enough rest days across the league. The 76ers are the antithesis of what the Embiid, and then they're abusing Maxey. Never guaranteed to see the whole team, and last night was supposed to be special. 90s throwback night. It was supposed to be so cool. Yeah, I mean, that was unfortunate. You got this cool presentation last night, and the Sixers gave you zero effort in that game. It was actually close for a little bit. They got down early. Then they kind of got back into the game. I think they were down 1 at the end of first, or it was 22-23, 23-22 at some point.
Yeah, they were down 11-4, and then they charged back, and they were down, I think it was 21-19 at one point. And then it was 24-23, and then all of a sudden it just completely fell apart.
Rick from Mays Landing. Mike, the Sixers for years have failed to go with the trend in the league with athletic guys who can shoot. Embiid, Paul George, Barlow, Watford, Walker are some of the least athletic guys in the league. Plus, they play entirely too much iso ball. They need guys who can do a little bit of everything and just keep the ball moving and look for good shots. Yeah, they are a highly unathletic team. Barlow, it's not that he's unathletic.
He's not a starting player in the NBA.
Yeah, he can't shoot a lick.
You're asking somebody to do something that is not their primary best skill set.
Yeah, he can't shoot at all, so he's got no offensive game other than putbacks and every once in a while put the ball on the floor and just kind of do something. Jabari Walker's an Energizer Bunny kind of guy. I have no problem with Jabari Walker. They just don't ever use him, but he's a guy that you can do something with. He'll get rebounds. He jumps on the floor. He gets loose balls. He tips balls out. They just choose not to use him.
There's also a moment last night in the game, I don't remember this, Mike, but Justin Edwards gets into the game, right?
He had 2 threes.
Well, that's what I was going to go to. If you look at the 2 threes, after he hit each one, he has a look on his face like he's almost like, this is why you guys should play me. Like he's got this look on his face like, see, this is what happens when you play me, but you don't play me.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying Justin Edwards, again, it's not that any one of these guys are fixing a problem necessarily, but it's the it's the larger indictment of the whole problem, which is you have a coach who's mismanaging the players he has. You have a president of basketball operations who has put together a roster that the coach can't really work with properly because the coach is unable to work with. And you have an organization with an owner who says, well, if the roster isn't good enough, I don't want to pay the luxury tax. You have a star player in Joel Embiid who can't stay healthy, who complains about the owner not want to go over the luxury tax. And you have a young star in Tyrese Maxey who says, I miss my friend Jared McCain. The whole thing is a disaster.
Mike, I tried to tell you last year, this is a no-good, stinking organization run by a charlatan. I haven't watched 1 minute in 2 years since they lied to the fans about injuries in October of 2024 in order to sell tickets. The owner is a charlatan. That's all. Again, I'm not going to try to talk you out of that. You are well entitled to, Pat in Ocean City, by the way, you are well entitled to decide you don't want to watch. I would not say, you're nuts, you're crazy. You don't want to watch, don't watch. Not hurting me. It's not spoiling my good time.
I would just say that there's not enough people like Pat in Ocean City for it to have an impact. It's not like when the Flyers
They had a
got
sellout last night, by the way.
Right. Like, if they didn't have sellouts, then you could
You had a sellout last night on a night where you knew Joel Embiid wasn't playing from the get-go, and you still had a sellout. Now, that might be to see Wembanyama.
Maybe, but the reality is that before Chuck Fletcher got fired by the Flyers, they couldn't get people in the building. Those seats were empty. That's the only way to force these teams, if people stop going to the games.
Well, Pat in Ocean City, rile some more friends up. Get them to stop watching because they had a sellout last night. So you seem to be in the minority, buddy. More Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN. We got the Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. We got football at 4. We got the Nuggets. And at 4:30 during the Nuggets today, I'm going to tell you where our Phillies opening day watch party will be, how you can be involved, and a great prize that you can win at this year's opening day watch party. More Sports Bash on the way. It's 97.3 ESPN.
I think A.J. Brown and Max Crosby are in a similar situation. Both teams not wanting to deal their guys. Both teams open to listening. And both teams have to have an offer that they can't say no to move guys that they want to hold on to. Those are the two notable names.
Adam Schefter on Unsportsmanlike talked about A.J. Brown. He said they're in the same boat as Max Crosby. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. It's brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation. Call 609-390-3907. Online, broadlees.net. Don't forget, Unsportsmanlike weekday morning, 6 to 10 with Evan, Michelle, and Canty. And yesterday, we were talking about A.J. Brown, and Schefter says exactly what I kind of feel is they don't want to trade A.J. Brown, but much like Max Crosby, if they get the deal, because these guys, Max Crosby, he's tired of the losing. What's A.J. Brown's excuse? Does A.J. Brown walk through the hallways of it's not called the NovaCare Center anymore, but whatever it's called, and say, I want out? No, in fact, I read a report today that said that he has been, very, I got to find the wording of that. I think it was from Zach Gelb. Not Zach Gelb.
Zach Berman?
Zach Berman. Zach Berman had a tweet out that I was reading a little while ago that was talking about A.J. Brown. I think it was Zach Berman. I'm going to double check on that. But I definitely don't get the indication that A.J. Brown is sitting down and telling everybody, oh, here we go. Zach Berman tweeted, I've had staffers rave about Brown and his presence in the organization without prompting. Basically say that they've liked the way that he's been discussed in public space and they want to vouch for him. That, that he has been a good soldier, not a distraction, somebody who's pounding the table of, I want to be traded, I want to be traded. So he also tweeted out 6 hours ago, no one's had a better grasp of the A.J. Brown situation than Diana Rossini. And her update was, league sources say the Eagles have set a high price for the three-time Pro Bowler, and Howie has remained firm, even dating back to last season. To get Brown, it will take a big package, and teams do remain interested. Maybe we'll try to get Diana Rossini back on this week or early next week here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. But that is our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Schefter said it, A.J. Brown, Max Crosby. They don't want to trade these guys. It's going to have to be the right deal. Is the right deal out there? We'll ask Geoff Mosher for Football at 4 coming up next. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Football at 4, Geoff Mosher's here today. We do have some NFL news. The Patriots are set to release Stephon Diggs. Let the rumors begin. Diggs is out. They're going to need a wide receiver who will replace Stephon Diggs. And, of course, A.J. Brown could possibly be that wide receiver. We'll talk to Geoff about that coming up in a little bit. Diana Rossini tweeting out about a half an hour ago that Diggs will be released by the Patriots. And, of course, he led them last year in catches and yards. So keep in mind on that. What about A.J. Brown? What kind of deal would it take to get that done? Would an A.J. Brown trade to the Patriots now make more sense that they need a wide receiver? According to Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network, teams have been calling about Brown, but Howie Roseman not budging.
Teams are making offers to the Eagles for a trade, and to this point, they have not gotten to the point at which the Eagles would make the move. In their mind, it's a Quinnen Williams type deal. We're talking a potential first-round pick with a second-round sweetener on it. Yeah. That's kind of where it is for the Eagles to start to consider moving A.J. Brown. If they don't get close to that point or to that point, I don't think Howie Roseman moves him. I think he keeps A.J. Brown in the fold. He's a really good player. He is highly valued inside that building.
What do you think about it? When you complicate things with this, it would cost the Eagles more on this year's salary if they traded Brown than it would be just to keep him. So this is not a financially smart thing to do. The cap charge is over $20 million if you end up trading A.J. Brown. So if you're going to lose the cap space and A.J. Brown, are you really better? And I would ask the question, is a Quinnen Williams type of deal, you're getting a first-round pick and a second-round pick, right? The deal was the Williams to the Jets, from the Jets to the Cowboys. It was a 2026 second-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick, and then a player. So you got a first-round pick in 2026 and then a first-round pick. No, excuse me. A second-round pick in the 2026 draft, which is coming up, and then a 2027 first-round pick. So the Eagles are looking for more for A.J. Brown now than when they traded him away. Because when they traded A.J. Brown, if you remember, the Eagles gave up a first-round pick and a third-round pick back in 2022. They want a first-round pick and a second-round pick. So they want more for A.J. than what they traded to get him. So right now, they're not getting anybody biting on that. And I think Howie Roseman keeps his heels dug into the sand here and says, I don't need to trade him. You want him? That's the price. Have at it. Have some fun.
Do you think then there could be a point where Howie might ever back down and say, look, this is what I gave up to get him?
No, because I think what people are leaving out of this whole thing is the cap hit. And it's a $20 million cap hit. So unless he gets the first-round pick and the second-round pick, he doesn't want to have to deal with the cap hit. He was willing to deal with the cap hit on Carson Wentz because he got what he wanted. He wasn't going to trade Carson Wentz just to get him out of here for a third-round pick. He got a first-round pick. So that was willing to eat the cap hit. I don't think just getting a second and third-round pick is worth taking the $20 million cap hit.
Well, the other part of what Garafolo said this morning on Good Morning Football was that this uncertainty about A.J. Brown is impacting other parts, though, of the Eagles' offseason.
Now, right now, all the money that's committed to A.J., if he remains with the team, is affecting their ability to sign other free. Like, they'd like to have Dallas Goedert back now, but they don't know necessarily whether or not they're going to be able to pay A.J. Brown or have to pay A.J. Brown. So that's sort of affecting business. But in the meantime, the Eagles not feeling like, well, we have to trade A.J. It's our team's going to come up and make that offer to meet that price.
Well, that's interesting, too, because, Goddard's now a free agent as well for the first time in his career. We heard about him last year. How many conversations do we have with the Inside the Birds guy? And Mosher's going to join us in just a second. But as Garafolo said right there, that they would like to bring him back. But 60 catches, 11 touchdowns. Has he priced himself out of coming back to the Philadelphia Eagles? Let's bring in Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, as he joins us now as we are another day closer to free agency. 1 week from today, NFL free agency opens for business, and we'll have all the coverage right here on the Sports Bash. The legal tampering starts on Monday, but when Geoff Mosher is on for football at 4 next week, everything will be official. Moshe, obviously, everybody talking about A.J. Brown, and then Stephon Diggs gets released today. That will only heighten the conversation, I would imagine. But it sounds like, according to Mike Garafolo, they're looking for a Quinnen Williams type of deal, which is more than they gave up to get A.J. Brown back in 2022. So it doesn't sound like they're all that realistic about trying to move A.J. Brown.
No, but that's what you do. You try to take advantage of a marketplace. Plus, when they traded for A.J. Brown, I don't think he had a 1,400-yard year, certainly not consecutive ones like he did have earlier in the career with his Eagles. But you're right. He's older. He's not coming off his best seasons productively, and maybe that's not about him. But you're always going to ask for as much as you think you can.
So do you think they ask and dig their heels in, or that's the starting point they're willing to take something over? Because remember, this is a $20 million, over $20 million cap hit. So is the juice worth the squeeze to trade him for a second-round pick and a third-round pick if you got to take a $20 million cap hit?
Yeah, I'm not really worried about the cap hit. And I think the people who follow the Eagles, I mean, when I say follow, I mean NFL teams aren't going to worry about that either because they know the way the Eagles do business. They know the Eagles are always among the NFL leaders in dead cap money. It's about a cash spend. And for the Eagles, you know, they will save on cash spend by trading A.J. Brown. And they want to be able to have cash to give some of their own in-house free agents. So I don't think that's going to be a deterrent. I don't think that the cap hit is going to force another team to have to pony up more. I just think that the Eagles will take the best deal that they can get, and if they can get that.
Right. But, well, I guess the one question would be is if you trade A.J. Brown, you got the $20 million cap hit. And I agree, they don't care about that if it's the right deal. Like I said before, right before you came on, Geoff, they traded Carson Wentz and took the cap hit because they got a first-round pick in return. Do they trade Carson Wentz and take the cap hit if they get a third-round pick? I don't know.
Well, I just think that the cap hit is irrelevant, though, because A.J. Brown is a player who can help them win a lot of games next year. So it's like Howie has said, it's not like he feels like he has to trade this guy.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is they don't feel like they have to unless you give me what I want.
Or close to it. I mean, again, yeah, what Howie probably in his mind believes is a good compensation for A.J. Brown is a little bit different than probably what he's saying to teams, you know, and then he's just waiting to see who makes the best offer.
Right. You ask high, and then if somebody says, now the question is first-round pick. Is it, hey, the Patriots are going to give you a pick. It's going to be deep in the draft. Is that good enough of a first-round pick? Or is it any first-round pick makes the deal, you know, feasible for me?
If I'm not mistaken, I should go back and Google this because I'm sure it's out there. I believe when Carson Wentz first was sort of being, you know, like, all right, they're going to trade him, that there were reports about the Eagles asking for like 2 first-round picks for him. Okay, so that I'm pretty sure that was the case. So we'll have to go back. I'll go back and look, but that's my point on you set a public asking price really high and then see what's worth it. Now, I don't know. I've thought about this Patriots thing, and part of me, and I'm probably overthinking it, would probably be intrigued by getting a future first-round pick from the Patriots, like next year.
That's the Quinnen Williams trade. They got a 2026 second-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick.
Right, and it makes sense because the Patriots have not only do they have a low pick, but what are the odds that the Patriots are going to go back to the Super Bowl or finish with a top 3 record in the NFL again next year? Probably not very high compared to maybe just being 11 or 12 wins, right? So even with A.J. Brown. So there might be something there to that where you'd rather have the first round pick 2 years down the road. But you know, the Patriots are smart too. I'm sure they understand that part of the situation as well.
All right, Geoff Mosher, football at 4. What about Dallas Goedert? I want to get your take on the Goddard thing here because apparently they're talking, but likely going to free agency. Is he on the list of priority for the Philadelphia Eagles, or is that just unrealistic that they'll be able to afford him.
No, I mean, it's not unrealistic until they know what the market is. Now, if he gets like a multi-year deal and you're talking about, man, I forgot to look at the top, 10 to 12 million a year, then that's probably not going to be feasible. Probably, I'll say. But sure, they would love to have all their players back. But I tell you what.
Listen, there's nobody that I think they're like, man, I don't want this guy back. They certainly want Goddard back. But how realistic is you got a guy coming off 60 catches, 11 touchdowns? Right. I would imagine he prices himself out.
Yeah, it's very possible. But, he's a guy who's had an injury history. He's not young anymore. He wasn't very good as blocking last year. These are all things that could wind up maybe scaring off certain teams from giving him guaranteed money in the second or the third year of a deal. I think that's a big part of it. I just know that in the past,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, in the past, when the Eagles have come back from the combine, right, they've had in-house free agents, they've been able to come to extensions with the guys that they prioritized before free agency started. And here we are. They've been back from the combine. It is now, almost the end of Wednesday. So you're looking at Thursday. You're only got like 2 sort of business days left before Monday when the tampering begins. So the closer we get to the weekend, right, with no in-house extension, the more it seems logical that it's going to be tougher to retain these guys, because then offers are going to start coming in. And, if the Eagles are sitting here still kind of trying to figure things out with A.J. Brown, then they kind of could stand to lose some guys. So it's a really – they have to have this sort of situated sooner than later.
I guess my follow-up to the Goddard thing would be, if Goddard walks, what's the plan? I mean, draft, free agency, they don't have a guy on the roster.
They don't. And they would obviously have to when you said draft, free agency, it is certainly not an either or. It is a both. And like I said, even if they retain Dallas Goedert, they will need to use draft and free agency to rebuild that position.
Right, because last year we all anticipated that they would draft a tight end to be the heir apparent to Goddard. That never happened. So they could go the reversal, right? Go back and bring a guy like Zach Ertz in on a cheap 1-year deal and then draft a guy, have him play behind Ertz, something to that effect. I wouldn't be shocked if they went back down a road like that. Get a guy who's a little bit of a veteran that can play still, but then you can kind of make that changeover somewhere in the middle of the year.
Yeah, because, once Monday comes and the league new year begins, the only tight end that they have under contract, I believe, would be Cam Latu. Maybe E.J. Jenkins also, I have to check. But the only one who's, played some significant snaps would be Cam Latu, and they were playing him at fullback. So It's a position that they're pretty bare in the cupboard with.
Football for Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. One of the things you guys discussed on the most recent Inside the Birds is the edge rusher. That's Jalen Phillips. It sounds like he's the priority here. But I bring up a scenario that I want to get your take on. Is there somebody on the market that's better than Phillips that you would say, if I had to pay Phillips X, I might as well just pay so-and-so Y?
I mean, Trey Hendrickson's a better player. I mean, he's an elite defensive end, but Trey Hendrickson for his entire career has been a 4-3 hand in the dirt defensive end. I don't know that he's played in a Fangio-like defense where he's been standing up and dropping occasionally and, doing things like that. So in that regard, I'm not sure he's the greatest fit in the world for what the Eagles do. I mean, great pass rushers are great pass rushers, but you saw Bryce Huff, what happened if you don't really fit the scheme. This just might not be the place for you. And then I think if you don't bring back Jalen Phillips, then I think there's some wisdom to saying, hey, if we can trade to get Max Crosby, and yes, it costs us commodities, but we actually get him at probably a cheaper or a discounted rate to what we would have had to pay to keep Jalen Phillips, you probably feel pretty good about that.
Well, Phillips, I don't know. What kind of impact do you think Phillips had?
I think he had a good impact. Absolutely. I think he's a really good player. If you just look at it in sacks, you're probably a little disappointed in maybe the last game or two that he played with the Eagles, but he has the body type exactly that you want to be a very good, above average, two-way edge for the Eagles, meaning he can defend the run well, can obviously rush the passer. He's a quality human being. He knows Vic Fangio's defense. He's thrived in Vic Fangio's defense. So I don't want to just if you just look at the small Eagle sample size, it's probably not enough. He's overcome some tremendous injuries to be a pretty good player. You mentioned a name like maybe Bradley Chubb, who was already released, who they could sign right now while we're talking if they wanted to, for some of the same reasons I just mentioned about Jalen Phillips, with knowing the scheme and fitting it would be a pretty decent alternative. I think that guy's been a 2-time Pro Bowler as well, so that would be a name that you would look for along with Crosby.
All right, Geoff Mosher, Football at 4, and of course the legal tampering begins on Monday. The Crosby thing's going to be interesting to see. Now, do you think the Eagles and the Raiders could just make a call and say, hey, you're going to draft a quarterback, Mendoza 1, we'll give you Brown, you give us Crosby, and let's just do that? Does that work?
Oh, man, probably not. I don't think the Raiders are looking for veteran players. I think they're looking for young.
Well, if you're bringing in a young quarterback, do you want to give him a wide receiver right off the bat?
Yeah, you would, but you do have Brock Bowers. He's a pretty good. He may not be a wide receiver, but he's a pretty good pass catching target. Who's the other guy that they have that wasn't bad that they got from the Patriots? Is he still there? No, they traded him to the Jaguars, didn't they? Jacoby Myers.
Yeah, Jacoby Myers was traded. And they got Gentry as a running back, so you would have running back, tight end, and then there's your receiver.
Yeah, I think that they would probably be looking toward younger free agency or the draft for their wide receiver help.
Over at Philly Voice, Geoff, you wrote about where Eagles free agents could end up. Are you hearing a lot of the buzz about guys like Nakobe Dean, Reed Blankenship, and the possibility of them all landing in Dallas?
Yeah, no. I'm hearing fans crapping their pants about it, but and emailing and tweeting about it. But I wrote that as a non-buzzword, non-intel based. Just my best stab on what I know about the league, what I know about the teams that need certain players, and what I know about the Eagles players. And I thought I had some pretty good fits there. We'll see if it works out.
Well, Nakobe Dean, it's funny because obviously he would be the least likely of the major free agents to return. Do you agree?
Yeah.
So he's likely someplace else.
Mm-hmm.
Reed Blankenship, I just don't – I feel like somebody looks at Reed Blankenship as the guy that they're willing to overpay because he's on, a championship team and he won a Super Bowl, and he could be the guy that kind of, if you have a new coordinator. So I feel like Blankenship's chances of coming back are pretty minimal.
I think I think you're probably right. I question just how much the overpay is going to be, but it still might be too much for the Eagles because – we've seen this before, like TJ Edwards and Marcus Epps were similar stories. Undrafted rookie free agents, became starters, really good, left, but they never really reset the market. They signed modest deals, and the Eagles still didn't bring them back.
I would say, Geoff, see if you agree, though. Mm-hmm. If you ask Reed Blankenship, he would probably rather stay here for less, but is going to get a deal where he just can't say no to.
No, because I know that TJ Edwards wanted to stay with the Eagles,
right? But he got a deal that he couldn't say no to.
Yeah, but it wasn't a great deal. So I mean, it was a very, very mid-market deal. It was just a mid-market deal, and it was more than the Eagles were willing to give. So what I'm saying is, I think it'll come down to the most money, even if it's not the best money.
Because I think deep down, if you ask Reed Blankenship, he would say, there's no way I want to leave here. I think he genuinely wants to be here, and him and Cooper and all that, everything they've built together.
Yep.
Remember, this is a guy from a very small school and made his bones here. For him to have to leave, I think is going to be kind of like a very, very hard and disappointing for him. But I think he is going to have to come to terms with, I'm going to have to leave, and I don't want to.
Yeah, that's exactly what Edwards had to do, and probably what Marcus Epps as well. And
Edwards did go. Edwards went to Chicago. Isn't he from Chicago?
He's from Chicago, so that was a good sort of I don't want to call it a consolation prize, but at least it was a good perk for that. He could be comfortable there. He was from there. Probably was his second choice to the Eagles. But in that regard, I just don't know how much money the Eagles expect to have in cash to be able to pay him when they've also got the Jalen Carters and the Jordan Davises and next year it'll be Hunt and Quinyon Mitchell and maybe Cooper. By the way, we'll talk about this. This probably isn't the day for it, but that trade that Kansas City made, trading McDuffie to that has some major implications for the Eagles next year when it comes to Cooper. 100% has implications.
Okay, well, I definitely want to hear that. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. You have any interest in Mekhi Becton coming back?
You want to sign him on a 1-year minor, it's for depth, sure.
Without Stoutland here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you forgot how to play guard.
The Chargers think so.
Well, I mean, some of that is financial too, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, I don't see that guy as I don't think it's going to make the biggest difference. Actually, to be fair, now that I think about it, their focus on offensive line should probably be guys who move laterally more than north-south. So, again, do you want to bring him back for depth or to have a guy? Yeah, but that's fine. He's not going to cost you anything. But I don't know that is the mold of offensive linemen that they're going to be hunting in the future.
All right. Well, we talked to Adam yesterday. He gave us all the positions where there is some depth in free agency. Center guard, not as much as tackle. So we'll keep an eye on what the Eagles do because they're going to have to add a little bit of depth on the offensive line. Can't do it all through the draft. And quite frankly, they have not hit in the draft on all these depth pieces that they normally have. Deepest positions on offense, as Adam said yesterday, guard, center. Weakest positions, left tackle, right tackle. So if you want to try to get some interior help, there you go.
I'm glad you brought it up because, I mean, listen, we give Howie a lot of credit, and he deserves it, no doubt, but there are some flaws, right? In day 3, they've tried to upgrade. They've tried to add depth to the interior offensive line. Drafted a kid out of Michigan a couple of years ago whose name is all of a sudden escaping me, but he was with the Cowboys last year. He just didn't work out. Trevor Keegan, thank you. They drafted the kid McMahon, the center out of NC State, I think, 2 years ago. The Rams claimed him off waivers. So they got Lampkin last year, almost retaliatory. They got Willie Lampkin, but we don't know what kind of player Willie Lampkin's going to be. They just, they haven't hit on the depth of their offensive line as much as they used to. Like when you had guys like Big V and Isaac Seumalo. I mean, those were that was a 3rd round pick and a 5th round pick that really came through for you. They need to get that again.
All right. Well, Monday, the legal tampering. At this time on Monday, will the Eagles have something that we'll be discussing?
This time on Monday? Is it what time is it? 4? Oh yeah, 4 o'clock. Sure. Oh, well, the Eagles have, I think so, Mike. I think there will be some kind of either extension, free agent out of free agency signing or trade.
Okay, right. Right now, you're starting to see guys get cut. Becton, Diggs, others. Do the Eagles have cut candidates?
Cut candidates? Yes.
Like to help them.
Michael Carter, because of the contract is so gigantic for this next year, the way the Jets structured it. There's no way the Eagles are paying him whatever $1 million.
I think people forgot that Michael Carter was here, but
yeah. Yeah, I know that wasn't the sexiest name I was giving you guys, but that one really jumps out.
All right. Well, we'll see because they don't have a lot of cap space, so we'll see if they can maybe trim some to get some more cap space here and make this an interesting offseason. It all starts Monday, and Mosher's here for Football at 4. Thanks, man.
You got it, man. Take care.
All right, Football at 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, of course, every day, 4 o'clock here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video. You can watch the show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. It's easy to do. Go to youtube.com and search in the search bar 973 ESPN, and you can watch the Sports Bash every single day. Coming up, 4:30, we're going to tell you about our opening day watch party, where it will be, and how you guys can be there, and the awesome prize that you can win this year for our opening day watch party. The winning starts Monday. We'll tell you where, when, how, 5 minutes from now, during the Nuggets with Nick Earnshaw, who joins me next for another edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 432 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Good stuff with Geoff Mosher for Football at 4. Time now for the Nuggets. Nick's Nuggets. Snicker and Shaw is back for another edition of the Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And we're going to tell you about our opening day watch party 2026 Phil season. Gets underway March 26, Earnshaw. It's a Thursday, little afternoon baseball, and we're going to have a watch party again this year. We've done it the last 2 seasons. You've been there, right?
I have been there for the last couple of seasons. It's been awesome.
Last 2 seasons, we did a watch party. Everybody came on out, and we watched the Phillies opening day all together. Well, this year, we are going to have a Phillies opening day watch party. We are going to be at the Anchorage in Summers Point. Bang! A awesome spot to watch the Phillies game. And this year, we are giving away, the Phillies will be playing the Orioles at Camden Yards, and we're giving away 2 seats on the bus trip to Camden Yards for Phillies Orioles on July 31st.
Oh, you cannot beat that. That is awesome. That's just a reason itself to get down there. I have a chance to go down to Camden Yards. I'll tell you what, I've been to Camden Yards. Woo, it's awesome. I've seen a Phillies game there. It is incredible. If you win those tickets, man, you are in for a treat.
Well, I'll tell you what, I have been to Camden Yards, but it has been a long time. And I feel like every time the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards, it always seems to be on a weekday. This year, it's going to be on a weekend, so it's going to be a Friday. I think the game that we're sending you down for is on either Friday or Saturday. I'm not 100% sure if it's Friday or Saturday. I will find out. But one lucky listener and a friend, the bus trip, the tickets are going to be all taken care of. You'll get a ride on the bus. You'll get food, drinks, all the party, blah, blah, blah. And you will be going to the Phillies and Orioles game. We're going to be at the Anchorage, and on Monday, it's your first chance to enter. Starting Monday, we're going to be entering people all day, Monday, all week long, and we're going to be out there for opening day. Wear your Phillies gear. We're going to pack the Anchorage in Summers Point for this year's Phillies opening day watch party. And then I have more details. We're going to be doing Phillies watch parties all season long this year. Remember last year we had a bunch of them down at Yuri's in Wildwood, and we hope to be in Yuri's in Wildwood again this year. But we already have a place that we're going to be doing watch parties, and we're going to have details on that watch party because that one's going to be cool this year. And we're going to be doing that announcement right after opening day. But we're going to be doing Phillies watch parties from April all the way through September this year.
Wow, so pretty much the whole year got watch parties. Oh, my gosh.
Yes. And we might have 2 locations for the Phillies watch parties this year. So we have opening day at the Anchorage, and then we might have 2 spots for Phillies watch parties throughout the summer, all the way from April. Last year we did Yuri's. Remember, we were there for July and August. That was awesome. We were there for about 8 shows, and we had a blast at that place. We hope to be back at Yuri's this year. Maybe we will be, but we've already got one place on board that wants to have us out there for Phillies watch parties because somebody asked, are we going to do watch parties again this year? And I was hoping that we could get it done, and we got it done. We're going to be once a month. We're going to be doing Phillies watch parties once a month for a day game at this location. I'll give you more details when I get them, but I have been told that that is going to be locked in. So I'm looking forward to that. All summer long, Phillies watch parties for day games. Whenever the Phillies have a day game, certain days of the week, we will be out on location, and I'll give you more details. But starting Monday, the Phillies opening day watch party at the Anchorage in Summers Point. Win a bus trip to go see the Phillies play the Orioles at the great Camden Yards.
Yeah, nothing beats Camden Yards, Phillies, O's. Oh, it's going to be absolutely outstanding. I have a lot of fun at the Anchorage. I plan on being there once again this year, Mike. Plan on being there. So, opening day, always a good time. And it just brings warm weather. It means warm weather's also here. So we need that over the past couple of weeks that it's been like here. But yeah, baseball season's upon us. I mean, there's nothing like it. Cracking open a cold one, adult beverage with a hot dog. I mean, nothing beats that. Sitting in the ballpark, going down to CBP during the summer. I mean, that is just one of the best times of the year. No doubt about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait. And by the way, I'll be at spring training a week from 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Yeah, aren't you lucky? You get to go down to Florida already. I need to get down there 1 year. I'll get down there 1 year for spring training. 1 year I will get down there.
Looking forward.
I promise. All right. Let me get in these nuggets. Can we go negative now? I've got a lot of negative nuggets.
Negative nuggets. Cold nuggets.
Yeah, these aren't good ones. I'm ready to lose my mind on this basketball team, Mike. Nugget number 1. Let's start. Jared McCain, again, has another big night for the Oklahoma City Thunder, and just multitude of reports coming out. Obviously, you guys have touched on them. And there's this one stat. I want to get your thoughts. I'm going to propose a scenario of what was worse. So Jared McCain, since he made his Oklahoma City debut, this is via Underdog, has scored 138 points. Do you know what Quentin Grimes has scored since then?
I saw this.
81
or something.
81. I mean, that's insane. I tweeted out last night, 2 points from Quentin Grimes. Awesome. This was a colossal mistake.
Grimes is quickly becoming my least favorite Sixer.
So can I pose this question to you? Which is worse? The 76ers choosing, I will say, Ben Simmons over Jimmy Butler, or Quentin Grimes over Jared McCain?
Well, I would say Grimes over McCain for the same exact reason. You took Simmons over Butler because you were getting the younger player, the first-round pick that you had built your whole team around. I get it. Butler, in the end, hindsight, was the better player, but you made the smart decision. Same thing here. McCain is the first-round pick who has a better track record. You keep the first-round pick who has contractual years still on the books, and you let Grimes walk at the end of the year.
Yeah, I don't understand this one at all. What has Quentin Grimes done to deserve a locked-in spot, locked-in minutes on this roster? What has he done all year? He's done nothing. He played last year. He played very well in meaningless basketball games. They haven't been able to figure out his role either.
Well, this is what ended up, he played well last year when he came over here, and much like, by the way, McCain, when McCain was playing last year when everybody got hurt, he played really well, and then he got hurt. Then Grimes got traded for, and then he came over here, and he played well enough that, last year he averaged almost 22 points a game. Mm-hmm. So he played pretty well, 22 points a game, 37% from three. I mean, that's a legit player right there. So the Sixers feel like they have this player, so they start the season with him getting regular rotational minutes. And to be fair, he played pretty well out of the gates here. The problem is he's become overexposed. They're playing him too many minutes. He has no court awareness. His shot selection's terrible, and he's just not that good of a shooter. So you've seen a guy who's all of a sudden starting to slip because of playing time. You look at the minutes he's playing right now, almost 30 minutes a game. And he's kind of getting exposed a little bit.
Yeah, he's totally getting exposed. They haven't really found that right role for him. I mean, listen, on a bad team last year, great. He got all of the opportunity in the world. He played well. But when his role's a little bit diminished and it's a different type of role, when you're not the number one option, he's not going to give you much. And he hasn't given the Sixers much at all. And by the way, you made a great point. He has won. This is his last year on his deal. Remember, the whole thing, was he going to come back? Was he not going to come back? He's on a 1-year deal right now. He's a free agent after this year anyway. You had controllable years with Jared McCain, and you let that walk out the door. And by the way, it's not like the Thunder have, they have a ton of guards. They have tons of depth at the guard position. They found a way to make it work, and that's also on the head coach as well with this whole situation.
So, by the way, Grimes, again, he played well last year that earned him the opportunity.
Sure.
He comes out of the gates this year, October, 17 points a game. November, 17 points a game. December, 10. January, 10. February, 11. So he went from 17 points a game the first 2 months of the season big drop off. The shooting's dipped, the scoring's dipped, and obviously the amount of playing time and then, trying to find his way, he just has not fit in here. And I definitely think that they saw what they did last year. He got off to a good start, which then coupled with McCain getting off to a terrible start because, he was hurt. He never fit in because of the knee and the thumb, and he just never could find his shot and his rhythm. So they just kept sticking with Grimes and never allowed McCain to kind of get a regular role, and then you make that decision.
No, and it's weird. And all the reports coming out today, Kevin O'Connor, the Stein line, all of them, this one stood out to me. This quote, the word making the rounds about the Sixers was that Daryl Morey's group wasn't sure if the current team was close enough to true contention in the East to warrant a significant midseason trade splurge. And there were indeed some rumblings about potential moves to shed salary and reduce Philadelphia's luxury tax obligations, but nothing involving McCain. And with good reason, rarely do teams pursue such goals by parting with a promising prospect who still has years, with an S, left on a rookie contract. Then McCain's phone rang.
And he was in tears, McCain.
Yes, that came out today too. He was crying. That's what I don't understand. How do they not know if they want to go for it or not? You have two guys you're paying $50 million to, in Paul George and Joel Embiid. Wouldn't you want to go for it while they have some left in the tank here at the end of their primes? Why wouldn't you go for it? How do you not know if you're going for it or you're not going for it? You got to make a decision here.
Yeah, I looked at we broke this down a little earlier. This whole thing, okay, if you're trying to blame somebody, the blame goes to Nick Nurse probably the most. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I would point to ownership more so.
Well, and ownership is next on my list. So ownership says you need to get under the tax. Okay?
Sure.
This is how I see this breaks down.
Break it down for me, Mike.
You need to get under the tax.
Sure.
He could have easily done that, right? I could trade Drummond or Eric Gordon or...
And the Paul George suspension helped you get under the tax, by the way. Made it easier to get under the tax.
Right, so he didn't have to trade McCain. But
no,
he gets told by ownership, you got to get under the tax. So Morey's saying, okay, the team wants me to try to get better, right? Let's just not duck the tax. How do I get better? I can't make a trade because you got to match contracts. I have no contracts to match. I can't trade Embiid. I can't trade George. Nobody wants those two guys. I'm not going to trade Maxey. The next highest paid player on the team makes like $4 million. It's McCain. So I have to trade McCain. So he trades him a day early, right?
Yep, we were out at the Super Bowl when it happened.
He trades him a day early. Why? Because I got something in return that I can at least try to use to trade for something to help the team out now. That trade never came to fruition. So I don't think this was Morey miscalculating. I think this is him getting told, you need to get under the tax. Fine. I'll trade McCain, get picks back, and try, because where else was he going to get players to improve this team right now?
See, I would have done nothing. Go get rid of Drummond then. Just get rid of Drummond or trade Oubre if you're just trying to duck the tax.
Well,
trade one of those guys.
Well, if you traded Oubre, same situation, right? You're trading a guy who's been pretty, important for you.
But he wasn't a first-round pick who you just drafted and had a lot of promise.
But still, you're losing a guy who's a starter and has been a pretty important player for you. Drummond, okay, yeah, you could trade Drummond away. The problem with trading Drummond is, as much as Embiid gets hurt, you can't go without a center.
Well, then what about Grimes?
Grimes had a no-trade clause.
But that goes back to my point in the offseason. You didn't need to bring him back. You didn't have to bring Grimes back.
Yeah, you didn't have to, but you were in a tough predicament because McCain was coming off of the knee injury.
But you can't trade your first-round pick from the year before. That's a no-go. Because but then on top of it, your coach can't figure out where to put him.
Oh, listen, I don't like the trade in hindsight, but I understand bringing Grimes back because he had played well enough last year. You got him at a price that you could afford, and you have McCain coming off the knee injury, so you didn't know what you get. And by the way, that turned out to be accurate because McCain comes back from the knee injury this year, and he didn't play very well.
He didn't play well, and he just wasn't put in the position to play well. He wasn't given an opportunity to play well. That was the problem.
He wasn't. When he came back, you could tell he wasn't himself. Listen,
He wasn't going to be here. He wasn't going to be here
with the Blue Coats that night, and he looked okay, but he wasn't sprinting and running around like he is right now in Oklahoma City. He just didn't have that. And then the thumb, he tore the ligament in his thumb, and he never got his shot going. But there was a time later on, right before the trade deadline, where it felt like him and Embiid were kind of getting a little meshing going on. There was a lot of two-man going there, and then they traded him.
Then they get rid of him, and you see what he's doing in Oklahoma City, right? I mean, they're creating sets for him. They're getting him involved. They're finding his shot. They weren't doing that here. They weren't finding creative ways to get him involved. And I guess it just wasn't going to happen here. It just wasn't because Nick Nurse did not know how to get him involved. And it's kind of the same with Grimes at the moment. He doesn't know how to use all these guards, and that's kind of where the league is at the moment.
Yep, and ultimately, though, I like now that we've talked this out a little bit, because the fact that they traded McCain the day before, it's not like they traded McCain 2 hours before.
No,
and said we got to figure out how to do something with 2 hours left. No, they gave themselves a full day to try to do something before the deadline, and there just wasn't anything out there. But the problem that they had, and we talked about this so much, was with the trade machine. They don't have anybody on the team that makes any money, so it was so hard for them to make a trade.
Yeah, it was hard for them to make a trade. I would have bitten the bullet on an Oubre or a Drummond over a McCain. I just would have. That I would. It's $8 million. It would have cleared you. If it's Oubre, it's $5 million. If it's Drummond, they moved on from Eric Gordon as well. I would have bitten the bullet with one of the older veterans on the team. And if you're looking towards the future and you don't know where you're going to go, if you're going to go for it, you're not going to go for it, you trade one of those vets, get rid of those contracts, not the first round pick who had a little bit of promise and showed you something, who could shoot.
But it goes back to, you're saying just stand pat.
At the very least.
Right. He was trying to at least improve the roster. Instead of just trading Drummond away for nothing, he's saying, you're not using McCain. I can get first-round picks for McCain, and then I can trade those picks to try to get something, which never worked out.
That's true. He overplayed his hand, and he kind of jumped the gun a little bit without having anything set up behind it. And that goes back to the Kawhi story coming out. If he was star hunting, what are we star hunting for? That was another
Kawhi
problem.
thing doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
It doesn't.
The same reason we just talked about. They didn't have the contracts to match up to get Kawhi.
Well, it would have been Paul George, but Paul George got suspended. So that threw their plans probably for a little bit of a loop. So I could see it being a possibility of him. He's always been a star hunter. We know Daryl Morey's done that. But then when that happened, it was kind of like, all right, you might as well just stand pat at that point. If you don't have anything lined up after getting those picks back from McCain, you might as well just stand pat.
Listen, I in hindsight, yeah, you agree, is just keep McCain, see if he gets healthy. You have him for 3 more years and see if next year, look, if you didn't think that he was healthy enough this year, at least you have him next year, and Grimes walks, he steps into the Grimes role.
You say hindsight, but I think a lot of people were against it kind of when it happened. Like, I don't know about this. I mean, you were one of them. You and I were both one of those people who were like, I don't know about this one. This one might hurt them. And it has, so far at least.
Well, and listen, I'm a big McCain fan. I like McCain.
Yep.
I think he's a very smart, crafty player. I think he's a winning type of player. I think he's the kind of kid that you want in your locker room. He can shoot. He does something this team lacks. He can shoot. He finds ways to score. He's crafty. He is one of those guys. He's just a smart basketball player. Does he have the height? Does he have the length? Does he have all? No. He doesn't have the measurables, but he is a crafty scorer.
Yep. It's a shame. Also, before I get out of here, a little bit of breaking news. We have lost an icon in the college football game. Lou Holtz has passed away at age 89 years of age. I just got that from Bleacher Report a couple of minutes ago, so I wanted to share that.
I just see that myself now that by the way, you know where Lou Holtz was born?
Where was he born?
West Virginia.
Ah, there it is.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Well, there's a little breaking news.
The soundtrack of
Sad.
your college football high school years for me. You know, those Notre Dame like teams in the late 80s that won national, like back when Notre Dame actually meant something.
Yep. Yeah,
Now,
that's a
I don't
shame.
think Notre Dame is doesn't quite have the same mystique. If you
Not
will.
the same aura, Mr. Mike Gill. But yeah, Lou Holtz passes away 89.
It's sad to hear. All right, Nick. Well, we'll see you opening day.
See you opening day.
Anchorage, Summers
Say
Point, opening day watch party. Phillies, Rangers, one lucky winner will walk away with a trip to go see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards in Baltimore. I love that trip. If you win, I believe that I would go with you if you can't find someone to go with you. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock hour, Paul Hudrick's going to talk some Sixers with us. Was last night one of those nights where something changes because of it? The last time they got blown out by the Spurs, they brought in Jerry Colangelo. More Sports Bash coming up. All right, 5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Sixers take on the Utah Jazz tonight. Now, the Jazz are tanking. Who's favored in this game? Jazz tanking, trying to lose. Sixers coming off a 40-point loss on the back-to-back. Embarrassing loss last night. It's the kind of loss that made me think of the last time they got embarrassed by the Spurs in a game. I think that was 2016. They lose by like 50 to the Spurs, and later on they end up bringing in Jerry Colangelo. And ever since the Colangelo hire, things have just been horrible. He absolutely ruined the whole team, and they have just had story after story after story of ineptitude happen since. It's inconceivable that things could go worse. And then last night you lose by 40 for the third time at home against the Spurs, who, by the way, are really, really good. The Spurs are a title contender. On the road for 9 games, on a 9-game road trip, and they go 8-1 on the road trip, ending up with a big win in Philadelphia last night. We have the poll question up at Mike Gill Show. You can vote. At the end of the show, we will give you the final results. End of the show, Sixers or Flyers, which team is better positioned for future success? 72% going one way, 27% going the other way. Vote now at Mike Gill Show and let us know which team is set up for future success, Sixers or Flyers. I know some people would say neither, but right now 72% going one way. Paul Hudrick's here from Liberty Ballers. Did you have to sit through that game last night, Paul Hudrick? I feel for you if you did.
I sure did. I was there for the whole thing. It was something.
At what point did you realize this is going to get ugly?
Wembanyama's second stint, when Nick Nurse decided to throw Andre Drummond against them again, as if that was going to work a second time, because it went so well the first time. So that's when you felt like, because they had, to credit to them, they did kind of they made a couple nice plays. They kind of, campaign caught fire a little bit. Justin Edwards knocked in a couple threes. You're like, all right, maybe they'll hang around. And then that second Wembanyama skit, that was curtains.
He's really good, that Victor Wembanyama. And by the way, he only scored 10 points in the game last night, and they still end up beating you by 40. Paul, I remember the Sixers losing a game in 2016 to the Spurs by like 50. That ended up getting Jerry Colangelo brought in here. And then pretty much from that moment on, everything has been awful for this organization. Everything that could go wrong has. Was that loss last night the kind of loss where you think about, could they think about changes?
If it were me, maybe, but I don't get any sense that the Sixers are in that place. Look, I'll say this. I was jokingly saying all day that I thought they were going to lose by 50. So I guess the result is what I expected. But at the same time, when you have Daryl after the trade deadline, we have enough depth. We're happy with our guards. We didn't need Jared McCain. We love Quentin Grimes, what he brings to the table. And you sign campaign from overseas. You do all those things. And then to see it play out the way it did, and I get it. Look, Joel Embiid didn't play. Paul George didn't play. Kelly Oubre was out. But those two top guys, Mike, we knew going into the season they weren't going to be available at all times. So, you needed to have contingency plans. And then even if you had a roster that you liked coming in, that you thought would be good enough, knowing those guys were going to be out, then at the trade deadline, you do nothing but subtract from the team. So, it makes me question if they're are they trying to win best? Or do they want to make the playoffs? Do they want to go and do the best they can? And then, it makes me wonder, with the coach, does he have their ear? Are they fully behind him? Are they, because that effort last night, that's a great Spurs team, much better than the Sixers team that was out there, but the effort was was really poor.
Well, you mentioned the coach, and I think we should talk. I'm not a big blame the coach guy, but he appears that he would rather be on Mars right now than have to sit on this bench with this line of questioning every night. Is this guy okay? Do you know when he's going to play? It's almost like man, I didn't sign up for this. And he looks like he would rather be anywhere else but here. And quite frankly, one of the things about Nick Nurse has been you didn't give McCain much of a shot. That thing's blowing up in his face. He's running these guys into the ground. They look like they're tired as can be. I mean, quite frankly, the things that I do blame the coaches for, he's fallen into all of them, like the rotations. You're playing guys too many minutes. They're not really running anything. I mean, what kind of offense are they running? And it's almost like if Embiid's not here, you guys go out there and figure it out tonight. So do you look at Nick Nurse and wonder, is he got a mind somewhere else right now?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know about that part of it, but I can tell you that, I think
you get to ask him questions. Like when he answers these questions, it feels like he's like, really? I mean, it just seems like he is done with these answers.
Well, I mean, look, not to defend him, but last year, I don't think any coach in the NBA would have signed up for that last year. What he had to deal with last year, but no, I think your points are spot on though. Like, Jared McCain is a guy who we all viewed as a really talented player who we thought was going to be a big part of the future of this team. Didn't look very good playing under Nick Nurse. Goes to Oklahoma City, looks like Jared McCain from last year all of a sudden. It's hard to point the fingers at anyone else with that one. You mentioned, Tyrese Maxey's playing way too many minutes. He's playing 40 minutes a night. That shouldn't be the case. It just shouldn't be. VJ Edgecombe, a rookie, leading all rookies in minutes. Too much. And it's... there is like for me, I would say the biggest disappointing thing about Nick Nurse for me is when they hired him, and I thought it was a good hire when they hired him. What I always liked about him in Toronto, what stood out is the creativity, the outside the box thinking. I don't feel that at all this year. I feel like he's been the opposite. I feel like he's been really rigid. I think one big example, Mike, is I think we can all admit Andre Drummond has just not been very good recently. He just hasn't been. And for some reason, he has refused to try Dominic Barlow at the 5, Jabari Walker at the 5. Like, just try it. It couldn't be any worse than what we've seen. Andre Drummond got outplayed by DeAndre Jordan a couple weeks ago. So, that kind of rigidity is driving me nuts. Like you said, the defense, we've all seen it. The overhelp, the gambling for steals, leading to wide open shooters. I don't think he has the personnel or the horses to do the scheme that he wants to do defensively. And to me, a great coach figures it out, right? Like they find out, okay, this is the team I have. I have to win with this team and figure out the strengths. And Mike, getting back, kind of combining those points, if you're going to play that style where you want to be switchable and cause turnovers and all that, then you should have you shouldn't have Andre Drummond playing the 5. He's not a good rim protector and he can't move on the perimeter. So I am just, a lot of the stuff I see, I'm really confused by. I don't get it.
Yeah.
And to your point, I do think he has been, kind of defensive and at times seems a little bit exasperated by everything.
Well, I look at this in the roster. You're right. Embiid's out last night, which is, again, the frustrating thing is again, he's out and it's like a different injury. And it's like, oh my God, you get kicked in the ribs. Like, how is this possible now? Then, of course, the Paul George thing. Kelly Oubre sick. Halfway through the game, you lose Edgecombe. Now he's not playing tonight. So this is going to be an epic battle between a team that doesn't want to win and a team that probably can't win. So this one should be fun. But that being said, like Barlow, for instance, what a great story. You find this guy on the 2-way, and it's almost as if, though, now you want a pat on the back. It's like, I found this guy. We found him. So we're going to play him 35 minutes a game, and it's like, he's a 2-way player, man. He shouldn't be playing 30 minutes a night, and it's almost like they want the credit for finding the guy, and they just keep playing him to prove that we found somebody. And then Jabari Walker, who's a 2-way player, can't get on the floor, and he does the one thing that you can't do, rebound and hustle. And it's like, last night, I know the game's over, but it's like, hey, every time you give him 5 minutes, he gets 5 rebounds. You give him 7 minutes, he gets 7 rebounds. And somehow he can't find the same role. So it is bizarre how he has kind of held on to some players and not given a shot to other players at all. And that's happened to him in Toronto, though.
Yeah, so for me, I do think over the course of the year, Barlow has been just the better player than Jabari Walker. I think the big thing is defensively. Barlow is a lot more versatile defensively. He can guard more positions. Jabari really is like he's like can strictly guard bigger 4s and 5s. Like that's it. He can't handle perimeter assignments. But to your point, yeah, every time the guy comes in, he works his butt off, he rebounds, he plays hard, and he can knock down an open 3 if he gets it. So back to my other point, like, why wouldn't you at least try him and Barlow together at the 4 and 5? He did it earlier in the year, and they actually had a little bit of success with it. So I think you need a little bit of that shot in the arm. To your point, they both rebound, could use that. And to Mike, like just the way the roster is constructed, like they don't have enough shooting at all. I mean, it's Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe every night, launching like 10 a game each, both of them, launching 10 a game, and then everyone else maybe getting 1 or 2. Like Quentin Grimes has not been nearly good enough recently. I mean, he had showed some signs out of the break. Now he's kind of reverted a little bit. And then you just look like they just don't have any punch at all off the bench. No offensive punch, no creation off the bench, no shooting off the bench. And yeah, it is. I mean, I don't think it's, I'm not exaggerating when I say this is a top to bottom issue with this basketball team right now. There is no one can escape blame from ownership on down.
Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers, looking at the Sixers and the loss. And then the big picture here, Embiid, they say 3 games. That turns into 13 normally, right? I mean, what do we know about Embiid? You probably saw him. Do you anticipate that he'll be ready for Saturday?
I don't know that for sure he'll be ready for Saturday. I do think it's not going to be one of these, to your point, because this has happened before where it starts as 3 games and 10 turns into 13. I don't foresee that. Because they get a nice break here after tonight. They have 2 days off, so he'll have 2 extra days to, get back into things and practice with the team and all that. And look, they need him, quite frankly. I mean, they have lost to this Atlanta team. Like, this is not a very good Atlanta Hawks team. They've lost to them 3 times this year. Like, they have to beat the Hawks. They have to do it. And not only that, beyond that, Mike, like, the schedule's pretty tough. I mean, they got to play Cleveland after that, another team that's given them fits all year. It's just
Detroit next week.
Detroit, which Detroit's the best team in the East, and they've been they've looked like the best team in the East. They have been, and so it's
I'm gonna tell you right now, Paul, that Charlotte team is passing you. They are passing.
It's possible,
you.
yeah.
Right.
If Embiid does not come back and play like he did in January, where it's okay, you're not getting them for back-to-backs, but you're getting them for the other games, I think they'll be fine. But if they don't get that, yeah, they're in a lot of trouble. They're in a lot of trouble.
There's so much like that kind of wraps into that game last night. It's just like the personification of everything. It's Embiid has got a bizarre injury. George, obviously, he's out. And you're at a situation where it looks like a lot of guys, just top to bottom, not enough talent there. And then it goes back to, here we are. I was at the Super Bowl when this happened. They trade Jared McCain. It's been about a month, and this trade keeps coming up. Like, the players, the organization, a month later, how is that being received still about trying to come to terms with what happened, and how much is what he's doing there keeping this on the burner of questioning?
Oh, well, I mean, he scored 20 points last night in like 20 minutes. So, I mean, that's the biggest reason why it comes up.
And it's 3.
And especially, again, Quentin Grimes hasn't scored 20 points in a game since December. So, like, he's outplaying anybody that's on the current Sixers bench. And he's doing it, Mike, for the best team in the NBA, the defending champions. He is in their rotation doing this. So, like, to turn around, like, I think it goes back to what we were talking about before. Like, it is just an indictment on everything. It's an indictment on the coach because Nick Nurse couldn't figure out how to use him properly. He gets to OKC, all of a sudden he's taking off. To me, it's a talent misevaluation by Daryl Morey. Because it's funny, Mike, because I see all the people who say, like, oh, well, he was going to be, his ceiling here was a first, a sixth man, a first guy off the bench. They need a sixth man. They need a first guy off the bench. They're 28th in the NBA in bench points. And if you're getting that on a rookie contract for the next, 2 years after this, that's great value. So, like, I don't know what the rush was to trade him, especially if you were going to make no moves to improve because I think that's what it is. Like, it's not just trading Jared McCain in a vacuum. Yeah, it wasn't great. He was really liked by his teammates. Him and Tyrese Maxey were very close. So there's that aspect of it. But I think the other aspect of it is think about if you're a player on that team. All they did was subtract. They took a rotation player and they traded him. They added no rotation players back except for Campaign, who, respecting all the respect in the world for him, but like that's the only addition they made was to sign 32-year-old Campaign from overseas from Serbia. Like, so I think if you're a player and you're seeing that, like, what message does that send?
No doubt about it. Now, I tried to rationalize how this happened. In your mind, is this you need to get under the tax? Maury says, well, if I have to get under the tax, I got to try to get something. The only guy I can get something for is McCain. They make the trade the day before, gets the picks back, so he gets 24 hours to try to get something with the picks. Nothing's out there. Because I use that trade machine ad nauseum. They couldn't make a trade. They had no contracts that matched up with anybody unless you're trading Embiid, not happening. George, not happening. Or Maxey, not happening. Nobody made any money, so they really couldn't trade player for player to get anybody of substance anyway. So if you have to get under the tax, yeah, they could have traded Drummond or whatever just to get under the tax. But if they wanted to get somebody back in return, I think Maury's saying the only way I can get anything back is if I get draft picks. The only guy I can get draft picks for is McCain. You're not using him anyway. He's out of here.
Yeah, but if that's the line of thinking, Mike, then that's really short-sighted in my opinion. This is a guy who was a first-round pick last year, probably would have won Rookie of the Year, was coming off of a major knee surgery and a thumb surgery, and to just say, like, I think this is about as good as he's going to get. To me, that's insane logic.
Is that on the coach or is that on Maury?
Both. I do. I think it's on the coach because he wasn't using him properly. He wasn't getting the best out of him. So, yeah, maybe in that case, Maury looks at it and says, well, if he's not going to use him anyway, I'm going to move him.
Because that's where Maury says, yeah, I sold high on him because my idiot coach won't use him.
Yeah, but then at the same time, Mike, if that's the case, like, stand pat and like attach picks to get rid of Drummond and Eric Gordon or something. Like, because the other things too, like what I thought was going to happen is I thought for sure Andre Drummond would be salary dumped one way or another. And then when Charles Bassey's contract was up, he was going to get a standard deal and be a center. Because, Mike, I got to be honest, Charles Bassey is better than Andre Drummond right now.
You don't got to sell me on Bassey.
I know. He's our guy. I know. He's our guy from back in the day, Mike. But, he's a better player, I believe, than Andre Drummond right now. So, to me, that's just if the thought was we're moving Jared McCain because we don't believe the coach is going to play him and we need to do something to get below the tax. Like, if that's the line of thinking, if I'm a player on the team and that's the explanation, that's not good enough for me. I'm sorry. Like, you are the 6th seed in the Eastern Conference, a conference that is wide open. You have Joel Embiid, who, yeah, maybe not MVP Joel Embiid, but pretty damn close. You're going to get Paul George back here, not in the not too distant future. You have Tyrese Maxey having an all NBA type of season. And that's your trade deadline, and that's the explanation for it. No, I mean, to me, that would not be good enough.
What's it like seeing Wemby in person?
He doesn't look real. Like, even like seeing him in person in front of you, and like I took a picture of him shooting, and it's like his arms are up, outstretched above his head, his legs are, he's on his tippy toes, and it's like, oh my god, like it's something you've never seen before in person. And then when you watch him play, the skill level, it's incredible. And then defensively, just the way the
defense, man.
Being there, he just deters guys by being there. He doesn't even have to block any shots. Just by being there, you could see guys. And I think Nick Nurse talked about it, and he's right. Is like the Knicks had the best strategy where it's get him out of keep driving and get him out of the paint and keep hunting threes. And the Sixers just couldn't do that last night. They didn't have, quite frankly, they don't have the personnel to do that.
No, well, it's like you can literally see the players like having a Rubik's Cube match in their brain of what to do once it's like, I'm here, I don't even know what to do. And it's like, and that's another problem, like Maxey, again, he's small, and when your best player is the small guy and you're riding him for 40 minutes a night, the frustration comes out of like, man, I can't get a shot. They're all over me. I got nobody helping me here. VJ, real quick. I've had a lumbar sprain before. That's no fun, man. No fun at all. Did you see him walking around last night? I mean, do you anticipate he's okay for the weekend, or would you be surprised if this doesn't linger a little bit?
He was not around post game. He left before any of us got to the locker room. But the fact that they came out today, his lumbar contusion, like you said, that's no picnic. That's not going to feel very good. He is 20 years old though, and he is in a peak athlete, so there is that to factor in. But I think it's encouraging that they ruled him out tonight, but not for the weekend. I mean, they need him. I mean, it's all hands on deck for this team. Like they need literally anybody who can wear a uniform that they need them to play. So if he can't go, they're going to be in some trouble. So
I know you probably got to get out of here. I want to go real quick on the Grimes thing. You say too, you have McCain. You've picked Grimes, a free agent at the end of the year, and say, we'll just stick with this. And then that's another perplexing part about it. But as you said, Grimes he has a great year last year. He scored 21 a game on 37% from three. He gets off to a good start this year, but since December, he's been putrid. At that point, I was hoping, hey, let's have a little open competition between you and McCain, because McCain seemed like he was starting to get a little something with Embiid going there. And that's another perplexing part about the decision, is that you kept the guy who's the free agent over the guy you had control on.
I mean, 100%. And, I asked Daryl Morey about that at his presser, and he said, yeah, like we view Quentin like a long-term piece, blah, 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 fits well with our guards. And it's like, should he be? I'm not convinced. I hate to say it. Like, and look, I was as big of a proponent of, this offseason, like, you got to find a way to get this guy in here. Like he played really well. I was fooled by what the kids will call the Mickey Mouse March. I guess I was fooled by it a little bit, but to your point, started the year great. I mean, he was awesome to start the year. He looked like he was going to be a 6 man of the year candidate. And he's gone from that to being like, I don't want to say unplayable, but like not far off from that. The biggest difference is obviously defensively, right? I mean, that's what it is. I mean, Grimes is a much better defender than McCain. And I think that's why he's still here and why McCain's gone. But at the same time, like, again, it feels like the issues with why they moved on from Jared are really not Jared's fault necessarily. Like, yes, he's a shorter guard, going to struggle defensively. Okay, well, the rest of your defense stinks. That's not his fault. He's not getting, he's not finding open shots. Well, you're not doing anything to find him open shots, and the guys on the court aren't finding him open shots. So, and like Quentin Grimes is under the same parameters, and he's really struggled over the last few months. So maybe it's not a Quentin Grimes or a Jared McCain problem. Maybe it's a much bigger problem.
Well, I think it's a little bit of an indictment on everybody, too, that McCain basically said he knew once he got traded, I knew my defense would have to go up. So they're demanding your defense get better. It appears here that maybe that wasn't as a hot button of an issue, because Oklahoma City seems like they can get him some minutes, and it's worked out. He scored 20 again last night. In fact, he led the Thunder in scoring last night in their win over the Bulls. Paul Hudrick at Liberty Ballers. You can check out all the Sixers coverage. They play the Jazz tonight. This one ought to be fun. Who's worse? We'll find out. Listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, man.
You got it, man. Take care.
And Paul is heading into Nick Nurse's availability, and you can follow him at Paul Hudrick for the updates. No VJ Edgecombe tonight. He's got that lumbar sprain. Now, I said I had a lumbar sprain. I actually had it when I was in high school. So I was still young. And that thing kept me probably out for, I want to say, 2 weeks. I couldn't walk. It was awful. And my dumb ass tried to play with it, and I got one carry and went down like a ton of bricks. Because it's like you can start walking around, but you're very ginger. And then it's when you try to, like, do a little explosion, and you're trying to, like, put a little bit, and, it felt like someone shot you. It was basically very similar. Like, I'm running, guy takes my legs out, I flip over him, land on my back, and at the time it's not too terrible. You're kind of like, okay, it's when you stop and it stiffens up. So I'm imagining VJ in halftime goes in, because he did shoot the free throws. I think there was only like 0.2 seconds left. So he shoots the free throws, and you can see he's walking around. Then he goes into halftime, sits, and no bueno. So I hope he's back for the weekend. If it felt the way I felt, I don't think. I don't know that I see it. That was brutal. That was pretty bad. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show on the X platform, 97.3 ESPN on YouTube. Coming up, Phillies today. They lose to Team Canada. But there was some good news in the game. We'll give you that on the other side and why it was so important. It's next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. But first, I want to tell you about my friend Rocco over at Key Acura of Atlantic City. Now, you can get the all-new Acura ADX with lease options starting as low as $300 a month for qualified buyers. If your car took a beating all winter long, hey, this is supposed to be beautiful out. How about a nice new Acura? Get to Key Acura, Tilton Road in Egg Harbor Township, online, KeyAcura of AtlanticCity.com, the small but friendly dealer. More Sports Bash coming up on the way. Little Phil's action. They lose today to Canada, but the positive coming out of that game coming up next. Watch and subscribe to Sports Bash Live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. It's easy to do. Go to youtube.com, search 973 ESPN. Take us with you. You can watch us on your big screen at home, wherever you might be out at the bar, restaurant. Tell them to put on the Sports Bash on YouTube and watch the show wherever you go. Hey, I want to tell you about my friends over at Branches Outreach. The mission at Branches is to provide food, clothing, personal care items, and compassionate support for individuals and families experiencing homelessness in Cape May County. When I say that, you're probably like, is that really a big problem down there? How about this? Branch Outreach has welcomed over 10,000 guests into their outreach center and served more than 12,000 warm meals for those in need. So, yes, it is a problem, and you can help. They're privately funded from donations from people like our listeners of the Sports Bash. They'll accept donations of food and personal care items during the week from 9 to 1:30 at the Branches Outreach in Rio Grande. All you need to do, your donations, small, large, anything you can do, check out their website on Facebook at Branches Outreach or visit them online at branchesoutreach.org to learn more. Go to branchesoutreach.org. Phil's lose today to Team Canada, but really the big story is Aaron Nola. My question for the people out there is, what can this Phillies team be if Aaron Nola reverts back to the Aaron Nola that we're kind of used to? And I know Nola, I always say the Nola coaster, right? You never know what Nola you're getting. But listen, Aaron Nola's been pretty darn good for this team for a while. You take out last season, and this guy has been one of the top pitchers in baseball. He's not a Cy Young, but he's been number 3 in the Cy Young, number 7 in the Cy Young, number 4 in the Cy Young, and number 11 in the Cy Young. So 3 times he's been one of the top 12 pitchers in the National League. So my question would be, what if you got one of those Aaron Nola seasons? The year that he was the 11th pitcher in the Cy Young voting, he was 14-8 with a 3.57 ERA. He made 33 starts. He had a whip of 1.19. It's a really good season. The year that he was 4th in the Cy Young balloting, he was 11-13 with a 3.25 ERA, a whip of 0.96. I mean, the 0.96 is outstanding. He finished 4th in the Cy Young balloting. I don't even remember him finishing 4th with an 11-13 record. That's pretty impressive. He had 200 innings that year, and he struck out 235 batters in 205 innings. What if he's that guy again? Of course, his best season, he won 17-6 with a 2.37 ERA and a whip of 0.975. If he's that guy, you're going to be really good. And then there's the guy that finished 7th in the Cy Young, and that was during the COVID year. He went 5-5 with a 3.28 ERA and a 1.079 whip. So over his 11 years in the majors, Aaron Nola, his average is 13-11, 3.83 ERA, 1.19 whip. If he goes kind of back to the mean there a little bit, what does that mean for the Phillies to get Aaron Nola back? Now, if he's 5-10 with a 6.01 ERA like he was last year, that's going to be a problem. Because if he's not hurt and he's not pitching well, then he ends up, you keep throwing him out there, and then the story becomes all season, well, you hope he gets back to form. Let's pick his worst season outside of last year, 2021. He went 9-9 with a 4.63 ERA, a 1.1 whip in 180 innings. He struck out 223 batters. Would you take that?
Absolutely. I think what gets lost on a lot of people is that even though Aaron Nola has never been the best pitcher in baseball, he's been one of your best pitchers. And he was a big reason why you have gotten the regular season success that you have had. Now, has he been elite in the postseason? No, but frankly, considering that in today's world, 99% of players are not elite in the postseason, I'm not going to hold that against Aaron Nola. You still need him to go out there and eat innings, have good starts, save the bullpen from itself. The small parts of the game that were missing from this team last year, and probably part of the reason why when you got to the postseason, the bullpen wasn't as strong as it could have been because you didn't have enough innings eaters in the regular season.
Well, I think Nola today, there was a big step. Apparently his velocity today was better than at almost any point last year, right? I think I saw Corey Seidman, who is now working for, I believe, PHLY and Sports Illustrated. Remember, Corey was at NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Right.
And he tweeted out that Aaron Nola's fastball maxed out at 93.4. He did not reach that velocity last year until May 3rd. So you're talking about all of April and then the first week of May,
right,
that he did not hit that velocity, and he is already at that number right now. So that is a really, really good sign. Now, the numbers for him today, I thought another interesting part about this was the fact that for Aaron Nola today, they let him go 3 innings. Because remember, he's leaving to go pitch for
Italy,
the Italian team. So they got him to get 1 game in. And he pitches that game today for 3 innings, and he doesn't give up any runs. He had, I think, 4 strikeouts in the game today. So those are all very good signs, is that Nola looked like a guy who is reverting back to the Nola that you recognize.
I would also remind people that we don't need the pitchers to be perfect in spring training. We need them just to go out there and put themselves in a position to be ready for the regular season. I think sometimes people get so hung up on the literal outcome of spring training where, when I talked to Jeff Kerr about this a couple of weeks ago, he brought up the point that he's like, whether the Phillies win or lose the game in spring training has no impact on the regular season. It's what the guys do in that spring training game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, nobody is looking at the record and panicking here. I think the Phillies record, by the way, you lost to Canada today. Hardly a baseball factory. That being said, Nola, 3 innings, 1 hit, no runs, no walks.
That's big.
4 strikeouts. This is the big number. 37 pitches, 28 strikes. When Nola is commanding and striking guys out and not walking guys, last year, one of the big problem numbers for him was the walks. And we talked about it, his stats over the last couple of years. His whip is generally very good, right? This has been one thing why has Nola's whip been so good over his career? He generally doesn't walk guys. What he does, that gets you frustrated with Nola is he gives up the long ball.
Randomly.
And it's that 1 home run, and it's generally with 2 guys on. It's a 3-run homer, and you're like, oh, my gosh, are you kidding me? But what he generally does not do is walk guys. And if he can get back to commanding and not walking guys, I think you could see an Aaron Nola that will be back in that 3.50 to 4 ERA range. And, I mean, he's not top of the rotation stud Aaron Nola, but more of, hey, if this guy's your 4th or 5th starter, now you really got something here. The problem is you pay him like a top of the rotation guy. And that's where it really kind of bites you a little bit. But so far, the game today, he threw the 3 innings. So now he's up to 5 innings. Let me see. 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, 6 strikeouts, and no walks in his 2. Today wasn't technically a spring training game. That's why you kind of have to add his numbers together because they don't have them on the same line because today it's an exhibition of an exhibition. Can you have an exhibition of an exhibition? I guess so.
Why not?
Did you see last night the Dominican Republic game against the Tigers?
I did not.
Have you seen any of the highlights of this game?
I saw the one highlight. You talking about the one with the home run?
Where Soto hit the homer
Yeah.
and the place went ballistic?
Yeah, he launch pad.
You would think that game was Game 7 of the World Series. It was an
You mean
exhibition.
the way they reacted? Yeah.
Oh, I mean, the crowd went bonkers.
Yeah.
It's an exhibition game between the Dominican Republic and the Tigers in Lakeland, Florida.
Good. Well, get all excited now. So when the U.S. actually plays you, you're out of gas.
So we were talking about this with McGarry earlier. He's an anti-WBC guy as well. I'm not anti-WBC. I just think that it could be done better. There's a better avenue for it. And he brought up, playing it over 10 days during the All-Star break. I don't even think you need to go that long. I think you could do like a Four Nations thing. Maybe can you go 6? I don't know how you would do 6 because then you get 2 teams that would get a bye. Do you just randomly get the bye? So maybe 4.
I mean, the way the Four Nations worked is basically they just played every other day.
Right, but I'm saying you would play Monday night. You could play the semifinal games. The 2 winners would go and play Wednesday night for the Four Nations Championship. You only need to play 3 games.
You can definitely do it over the course of a week. It's not that hard.
Well, I'm saying you only need 4 teams.
Right.
You play Monday night, the 2 semis, and then Wednesday you play the final. You play the All-Star game on Tuesday.
Well, the way they did it in Four Nations is round robin. So that's why I'm saying the extra days. So it's like, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they kind of round robin each other, take the day off Friday, and the championship game would be like Saturday, Sunday.
And I'd be cool with that as well. And if you want to add...
And very quick, part of the reason why we're saying 4 teams is also because if you look at this, we mentioned this yesterday, if you look at the WBC bracket, there really is only 4 teams that can win this thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think you go USA,
Dominican Republic,
the DR,
the defending champion
Japan, and then Venezuela is very good offensively. I don't think they have enough pitching, but they would probably be the 4th team.
Yeah.
After that, I think it's a pretty big drop.
After that, it's kind of a joke.
Yeah, I mean, you got some nations that have no business playing in this thing at all.
The Chinese Taipei team, I love what you said yesterday. You said yesterday it's basically their Little League World Series team.
They've just been stockpiling all the kids that play in the Little League World Series and just getting
years.
them ready to play in this thing. Because,
this is your moment.
Well, they have no major league players. I don't think there's any MLB players that are from
Chinese Taipei now.
From Taiwan. Yeah, I don't think there's any.
No.
Same with the Netherlands. The Czech Republic. McGarry brought up an interesting point about, and I don't even think this would work. Great Britain has a team. The Czech Republic has a team. The Netherlands has a team. And McGarry said, what if you just had one European team?
Yeah, that won't go over
instead of breaking up, into the multiple nations.
McGarry, I think when he was saying that, he was thinking of the Ryder Cup.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said the Ryder Cup. But that would be if you had a European team.
Oh, they would definitely be competitive.
No way.
Yeah.
I don't think so. If you looked at their rosters, go look at the Czech Republic's roster and then get back to me if you think they'll be competitive. Great Britain's roster?
Well, the thing is that some of these teams you're mentioning, they don't actually have people from those countries. They just have
That's what I'm saying. Look at their rosters.
Heritage.com or whatever it's called. They did some tracking of Aaron Nola, for example, with Italy. Be like, hey, your great grandparents.
Right. You get a couple of random. So Italy, Great Britain, Czech Republic, the Netherlands. Who else over there has a team? I'm not sure that anybody else even has a team
that's it, actually,
in Europe. Those 4 teams there, you take the best players from those 4 teams, and instead of having those countries, you just have a European team. And I don't think that team would be competitive, by the way.
Maybe not, but it would be. I would like to see them at least be open to ideas. You know what I mean? I
think this thing, as McGarry said, it's not real baseball. You got these guys pitching 3 innings, stuff like that. You want to be in a situation where it's like a real game.
Because that's what people want to see.
Yeah, of course.
The whole appeal, for example, last year was the fact that you had that moment where it was Mike Trout versus Shohei Ohtani.
Well, and you lucked into that whole situation.
Exactly. So, those are the things people tune in for. They're not tuning in to see, Japan 10-run rule, the Netherlands.
Now, who could be on the Brazilian roster? I mean, I know we were looking at some of these rosters yesterday, but I just saw that Brazil has a team.
Yeah, they do.
I don't recognize one guy on this team.
I forget. It wasn't Brazil. But there was another team that I was going through their roster, and I was like, I don't recognize a single person.
Not
on this
one
team.
guy. But this is the bracket for
I think it was like maybe Panama or
the
something.
USA is Mexico, Italy, Great Britain, and Brazil. That is the United States pool. Australia has a team. Czech Republic, Japan, Korea, Chinese Taipei.
Chinese Taipei is getting real short and sick. I don't know if I told you yesterday, but they're playing twice in a 24-hour period on Friday.
Well, these kids do that all the time.
So they're basically they're going to be the whipping boy.
Dominican Republic, Israel, Netherlands. Netherlands would be in a European team.
Yeah.
Nicaragua, Venezuela. That's a pool in Pool D. Canada, Colombia, Cuba, Panama, Puerto Rico. So those are the 4 pools.
Puerto Rico's probably going to win that one.
Cuba used to be obviously there's a lot of baseball in Cuba. It used to get a lot of the guys that would
Not as much as it
defect
used to.
over here, but it seems like the Cuban team isn't nearly as strong as it used to be.
No, it's not.
They used to have a really, and they would have really good offensive players a lot.
Oh yeah, they would have guys like Cespedes. Remember him? Cespedes. Yeah, Cespedes. They would have all the pitchers like Hernandez and Hernandez.
Yeah, I don't recognize anybody on the Cuban team, and quite frankly, there hasn't been very many Cuban players that have defected over here into the majors in a while. I can't remember. Moncada is on that team, and he was supposed to be really good, but he hasn't really worked out. So the Cuban team is not where it was. Puerto Rico probably would be the team that wins that group.
I think Puerto Rico was the one with like the greatest coaching staff of all time.
Their coaches, Yadier Molina, Sandy Alomar,
Alomar.
Joey Cora, Juan Gonzalez, Edgar Martinez.
Like that's an all-star coaching staff.
All right, so that starts what, Friday?
So the full slate of games is Friday. They got 1 or 2 games today and tomorrow, but the U.S. and the full slate start Friday.
So we'll be keeping I'll keep an eye on it. I'm intrigued, but I think they could do it better. That's all. I had somebody text in earlier said they'd rather watch the Little League World Series than this thing, which I probably would too. I probably would as well. All right, more Sports Bash. We'll close it out coming up next. All right, get ready to get out of here on this Wednesday night. Don't forget Sixers tonight against the Jazz, trying to bounce back. I know everybody's down on the Sixers, but I'll indulge. What else we got? Flyers tomorrow. They take on, so the Sixers play Utah tonight. Flyers play Utah tomorrow here on the Sports Pass. Hey, before we go, if you're looking for something to do for dinner tonight, check out my friends at the Nizam's Indian Restaurant right up the street, Route 40, Egg Harbor Township, outside of Boscov's. Great food, great dining, the whole experience, great ambiance, excellent service. They're open 7 days a week, including tonight till 9:30. Looking for a special lunch buffet? Sunday from 11:30 to 3. Visit thenizams.com for more information. Tomorrow, we're back. We'll look back at the Sixers night, get you ready for the Flyers, Eagles, offseason news, and more. It's all tomorrow. Take care, everybody.